call him like Spider Dude.
We are live on the air. Just wanted to be able to check our audio, make sure everything's okay as always. Come in about 10 minutes early, let people know that we are here. The tweet has gone out. So now we just got to wait for people to start filling up the auditorium.
Yep.
See how many people we get out tonight. Hopefully
So
we'll get What's that?
You think I'll be all right with Spider Dude?
What do you mean? I missed that.
Well, I'm gonna probably make Marvel mad. I'm gonna make my own superheroes. I'm gonna call one Spider Dude, and I'm gonna call one instead of Incredible Hulk. I'm gonna call him Incredible Green Guy.
Yeah, you go with that, and I don't know what they as long as they're completely different.
Yeah, he's gonna be pea green instead of that, regular green.
That's hilarious. I dig it. Don't give him like a big blockhead or anything like that.
No. And then, and for Thor, I was gonna call him Hammer Time.
That's pretty cool. That'd be kind of funny though if they came in and MC Hammer came in and said, "No, you can't do that because that's my name."
Right.
Somebody who's totally not that. That's kind of cool.
Oh, you should hear the song I made. I made a video for this competition for this game, and instead of using Chariots of Fire, I wanted to use Chariots of Fire to show the soldiers. These soldiers were running in a training camp, really slow motion. I had the video slow. Instead of doing the Chariots of Fire, I redid it and called it the Chariots on Fire. And I made it like sound like Chariots of Fire, but it wasn't Chariots of Fire.
That's funny.
I did all the same instrumentation, except it was just how they do with the parodies.
Yeah, I get you. That's hilarious. All right. So we have 8 minutes to go. As of right now, it is the Dungeon Master and the Cleric. So I guess the two most important people in the party are here.
Mm-hmm.
Without the Dungeon Master, you don't have anything.
The two strongest people of the game,
right?
Because I think my Cleric actually he's stronger than the fighter.
Yeah, what is? I never even bothered to look. So, I mean, you're fairly strong. I mean, strength of 17. Yeah.
No, I think it's 19. Oh, yeah, it is.
No, yours is 17. Yep, Nilo's is a 17 as well. The dwarf is a 16. Desmond is a 16. Paviskro is an 8.
Remember? Because I did that roll and had all those crazy numbers, and I was like, what? So actually, my numbers are high enough probably to be able to multi-class, right?
I suppose if you want to.
Could be a cleric, double cleric.
Yeah.
Is there such a thing?
No.
Have like a cleric in life domain and a cleric in shield domain or whatever?
No, you only get the one domain. Although I always thought it would be kind of cool to have somebody with like a split personality character. So like one who's goody-goody and one who's not.
Right? They could be twin brothers.
Yep. There you go. What? Hey! What? Thanks, Corvus. Appreciate the sub, brother. You are my hero. Corvus renewed his subscription for the 16th month in a row. Because he's awesome like that. Because if it wasn't for guys like Corvus, I wouldn't be able to afford all this high-tech gear that I got to make this game go.
Right.
Oh, nice, dude. Where'd you get all that? Picked that up today?
No. That's a couple years of collecting.
Nice.
and building. Some of them aren't completely finished, but most of them are. Most of them are.
Cool.
Is that like an extension of the pictures you posted the other day? Looks like some of the.
Yeah. Actually, the guys I posted the other day, the two pictures are on the top right book, the first row, and then the third row. No, first row and second row on the top right book.
Okay. I am not going to lie. Guys. When I saw that second picture, I thought they were the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and I had to zoom in and look and said, "Oh, those are like BattleTech guys." Their helmets made them look like the Ninja Turtles.
The second one?
Yeah, the second picture
with the blue armor, right?
Yes. Yeah. So when I look, it's like, wow, those are Ninja Turtles. Then I looked and zoomed in and said, "Oh no, those aren't. Those are completely not the."
They're not even green, bro.
Well, no. I thought maybe they weren't painted yet or something like that. I thought maybe you had gotten some and you were just starting to put like the base coat on or something. And I looked, but then I zoomed in. I went, oh no, those aren't their weapon. They don't have like mech gear. So yeah, that's kind of.
What are you talking about?
He posted a picture in the general Discord chat of some of his stuff, and one of the pictures he posted yesterday or the day before, yesterday. The figurines, when I first looked at them, I thought they were Ninja Turtles. I just thought they weren't painted yet. But then I zoomed in and went, "Oh,
those are Ninja Turtles, no?
No, they're not. They're super soldiers."
Yeah, I was laughing.
Hello, hey. Spartan. No, the guys in the black there.
Super soldiers wink.
Funny. The guys in the black there, it's funny, those guys there, they're pretty much they're mad, they're crazy. Yeah. They have no self-control whatsoever, and all they do is murder everything in their way.
Just so you guys know, I'm just kicking off the stream.
But it was 2:30 left.
That's what I keep going.
Looks like the bots are back. See, we're back. Hey, you name your channel, blah 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 blah.
Boom,
boom, boom,
rah.
Boom. Yes, sir. And this is why we do it, just so we can get Cannibal out of his shell. Thanks, Troy. Appreciate that, my brother.
Oh, I did some Troy. Nice.
Merry Christmas to us.
Oh, look, Galaxy, Agamemnon, Pyramid.
It's good that he gave Galaxy, because Galaxy's our new player.
Yeah.
In this game?
Yeah,
or
no,
in the other one?
No, in our first edition game.
Gotcha.
I'm just going to watch them all go by.
This guy destroyed my session. Cool.
Rock on. And we're live. Hello, everybody. Welcome to tonight's episode of Agora Quest, our Heroes of Kreistrich edition. I'm Sean, your host, bringing you together with the best 5th edition gamers that this channel has to offer. I'd like to welcome you all to what our 1st edition group affectionately calls Scheiße Cinema. So for those that don't know, that's our term for shit show. We appreciate you guys showing up on a Friday. This is actually our off week because last week there was a little bit of a fumble on my part where I couldn't make it. So I talked to the players, and for the most part, our players are going to be here tonight. We are going to have one missing. Desmond is unable to game with us tonight because the reason we have it every other week is because some of our players have games on this week. And so he was unable to make this session, so we're going to be running without him. I see that Paviskro has snuck in through the side door and up into the loft without anybody noticing, but appreciate it. Appreciate everybody being able to make it with us tonight. If you are new here, welcome. If you're an old hand here, welcome back. For those that were here during the intro, you may have seen Cannibal, our top stream supporter, came in and did some more supporting. And
the top lord.
Yep, he came through, flying through across the wire on his Santa Claus sleigh, and he dropped little bags of goodies as he went in the form of subscriptions. So, Troy, thank you for the support.
It's the Redneck Goblin! It's the Redneck Goblin!
Exactly. We so appreciate the love and support that you show the channel, man. Couldn't do it without you. Not just this, but just coming by and hanging out and seeing what's going on, man. So all the stuff that you do for the community. Somebody, if there needs to be an award given out somewhere for community support, Troy needs to do it. So that is 500 that you have cheered. So let's talk about that. So for those that are new, as you watch the stream, you collect tokens. You can trade those tokens in order to give players nat 1s or nat 20s. Currently, we don't have any nat 1s or nat 20s hanging over our head. Those last for the game session that they are given only. With some extenuating circumstances, we may allow them to carry over to the next stream. So if you've been watching for a while, you've earned some tokens. The more you interact, subscribers, as Troy did, cheers, etc., followers, you get bonus tokens given periodically and whatnot. So I think subscribers get it at a 2-to-1 rate or something like that. But bottom line is, as you earn the tokens, you can trade them in. So I encourage you to drop those tokens early to give our players advantages if they need them during the game. And trust me when I say we can all use that convenient nat 20 just when you think things are over. Somebody has a nat 20 on hand and they don't fall 70 foot to their death or to the foot of a Jade Golem. Which is what happened a couple streams ago because we had a nat 20 on hand. So I appreciate that. When you give them, just let us know who the player is that you want to donate it to or to the DM. Sometimes we also allow you to donate them to the party as a whole and let the party kind of decide what they want. But bottom line is, as I said, we encourage you to get them in. For every 200 bits cheered, advantage can be granted to a player. But because Troy donated 500, what I'm going to do is I'm going to reduce that, because not only did he give the 500 bits, but he dropped 5 gift subs. So I'm going to say for each 100, a player can get advantage. And so, Troy, if you should like to donate to all of those, that whole advantage to one player, you can, or you can give each player a advantage if you want. That we can go that route. That'll be totally up to you, Troy, what you want to do. So we'll do that. So as of right now, every player has a advantage awarded to them. So let me go ahead and let me do that. So as of right now, Desmond, Nilo, Pervisco, and Ragnar each have an advantage. I, as a DM, have an advantage, and Tarikas, you have 2 advantages that you're able to use throughout the game. So as those go, because you're spending your own hard-earned money, which I very much appreciate, those actually carry over from stream to stream. The free token trade-ins, those are just for tonight's stream, unless again some extenuating circumstance happens. But for those that are actually cheering, what?
Sorry, you
okay.
You reset the character sheets again, didn't you?
Oh, I did, but before we get into that, I will tell you why I did that. So if you had some tweaks on there, you're gonna have to go back and remake your tweaks. So again, if you haven't clicked follow, I appreciate it if you would do that. If you would like to help support the stream, every dime that we make here because of you goes right back into the stream in some way, shape, or form, whether it's hosting services, whether it's content that I go out and purchase for the game itself, or whether it's just saving up some coin to buy tech gear like my stream deck or lighting or a camera or whatever the case may be. Everything that you guys give goes back into this stream. So we definitely encourage you to do so if you would like to do that. So yes, hit the subscribe button, man. You can always turn it off. Spend that $5 to help give us a boost through the holidays. Troy just did. We definitely appreciate that. But again, we don't do it for the money. So as long as you're here following and watching, spreading the word, that's all that we could really ask for as far as I'm concerned. And last but not least, if you enjoy Greyhawk content, I encourage you to pop over to the Greyhawk Creatives team page. If you go to twitch.tv/team/Greyhawk Creatives, you can go over there and check out all the awesome Greyhawk content providers that are out there. There's a bunch of us out there, so I encourage you to go check them out. And they don't do just D&D streams like we do. We are basically just only a D&D stream. First edition on Monday, every other Friday our 5th edition game. Other content providers do all kinds of other stuff, whether it's just talks about stuff, whether it's like Anna Meyer and their mapping stuff, whether it's Art of Mike Disney and his painting, whatever. I encourage you guys to go check them out. So that's us. That's who we are. And again, I want to welcome everybody in. So yeah, exactly. Twitch Prime is free and is a great place to use it. So let me really quick pop in here and see. Dun, dun, dun. Ooh, nice. Thanks, Troy. I appreciate that. I'm going to go over there and check that and do a little side streaming. Oops, didn't want to do that. Actually told me I wanted to go ahead and do a tier 3 sub to somebody. And no. John's only got like $13 left in his bank account. So he's got to make sure that we keep that a little bit light. So that being said, let's talk a little bit about who this party is and what has been going on. Our heroes of Kreistrich completed their investigation recently. One of the towers, the battle towers that surround the city, had been collapsed partially. And during the investigation, the party discovered that there were some undead creatures that had broken in from an old ancient tomb of some kind. They broke into the tunnels that led from the city to the watchtower. And so the party, following the trail of blood that the undead left in the form of dead soldiers who were trying to escape them, they discovered this little, as I said, this area, a tomb, and most of it was jade of some kind and whatnot. And so they met several tough undead creatures, as well as basically constructs that were guarding these bridges as they went deeper and deeper. They had to cross over these bridges, battle the guardians, and at the very end they came across this jade monstrosity that was literally spitting out skeletons at them while it was like blasting them with other arcane. And I do believe it came down to a final blow from one character before it was a TPK. And the party managed to survive. And having survived, rising themselves back up, dragging themselves through the tunnels, they went all the way to the city, where they were immediately taken under house arrest until the sergeants and the captains of the watch could determine what was going on. And when it was determined that the party posed no threat, but it did indeed help the city in some way by stopping this flow of undead from wherever it was coming from. They were eventually released under their own cognizance, told don't leave the city until a further investigation can be had. And so they moved themselves to Middlestadt, which is the center area of town, back to the inn at which they were staying, known as the Argolf Inn. And so that is where you guys ended up last session. A couple of things that, as a reminder that you guys were still researching. First and foremost, Arthur Stevens. Who is he? Where is he? He was apparently a leader of a church dedicated to the goddess Barai, who is a farm type of a deity, or a deity which farmers pray to for good crops and weather, etc., etc. And so he was apparently leading a church dedicated to that deity on the outskirts of Traft. But somehow, some way, he has some involvement with Nilo's sister, Tricilia. Tricilia has been long since killed by the party, killed by her own sister Nilo, we might add. But Tricilia was somehow involved with an attempted assassination on the hetman, or the Vorman, I should say. Is basically the president of Parenland. And so Nilo's family was stripped of land and title until either the sister was brought to justice, or it was shown that the family, if she was killed, that the family was not involved in that attempted assassination. And so Nilo, having killed her sister, they have her sister's sword, which is a signature blade given to the palace guard of which she was a member. That's all she has to prove it. So with her dying words, Tricilia told Nilo the name of Arthur Stevens. And so as they were investigating, they along the way, they found that Arthur Stevens was this traveling priest who eventually settled outside Traft and erected this church to Barai. And so the party needs to figure that out. The second interesting thing that the party discovered while they were fighting the Jade Monster is that this creature had this symbol. It looks sort of like a horn, sort of like a cornucopia horn, or a horn, a blowhorn, or like a trumpet horn, if you will, or a sounding horn, whatever they're called, that they blow. But it's not like a trumpet, but it's literally like one of those old shell-like horns, or maybe it's made of metal. But again, it looked like a horn on its chest. And so the party was interested in that symbol. And so as you came back to town to the Argolf Inn, where you guys spent last night, the talk was today you were going to go out and do some investigation, whether it's at the library or going over to the Mages Guild, or wherever you felt that you needed to go in an effort to seek out answers to these two questions. But before we go much further, as Jacob, our player posing as Nilo in this game, noted, I did have to refresh your character sheets because I, your humble DM, have donated, because of the good deed that you have done to Traft. And I know it's only been overnight, but I'm just going to say I can do that because I'm the DM. The city has awarded you gifts in the form of a magic item that has been added to your inventory. So each of you can now check your inventory, if you have not already, to see a new magic item should be within your character sheet. And therefore I had to update you from D&D Beyond. And so if I broke something for you, Nilo, my apologies, but that is why I did it. So make sure each of you checks your character sheet if you have not already, and let me know whether or not you see your new token of their appreciation or not.
It'll be under inventory, right? You said?
Mm-hmm.
I see it.
Subscription to an adult magazine?
Well, that's what I thought would be most appropriate for somebody in your line of business there, Jarikas.
Hey, look, Spartan, it's happening again.
I'm sorry, as a cleric or as an artist? I'm not sure which.
Another cleric got one, but this time it wasn't you that did it.
I get it. It was for the articles.
Serenity in this campaign, just fucking with us.
It's the articles that I gave you.
I think the drift globe is new on my character sheet.
That is correct.
100%. Okay,
that
cool.
is correct. Yes. All right. So let's go. Tarikas now has an amulet of the devout. Right? Requires attunement. This amulet bears a symbol of your deity inlaid with precious stones or metals. While you wear this holy symbol, you gain a +1 bonus to all spell attack rolls and the saving throw DC of your spell. So your DC on your spells should be at a +1 now. So instead of whatever your normal DC is, it's at a +1. While you wear this amulet, you can use your channel divinity feature without expending one of the feature's uses. Once this property is used, it cannot be used until the next dawn. So in effect, you have an extra channel divinity by using this amulet. So that is.
Thank you, say Cuthbert.
Desmond has been granted a brooch of shielding. So while wearing this brooch, you have resistance to force damage, and you have immunity to damage from the magic missile spell. And of course, Nilo. Nilo has a lantern of revealing. While lit, this hooded lantern burns for 6 hours on a pint of oil, shedding bright light in a 30-foot radius and dim light for an additional 30. Invisible creatures and objects are visible as long as they are within the lantern's bright light. You can use an action to lower the hood, reducing the light to dim light in a 5-foot radius. So you can use it like a regular torch, or if you have it fully open, any invisible creature or object becomes visible within a 30-foot of range, 30-foot radius of the light.
That's pretty cool. You can do it really fast and make a disco light.
There you go. And as far as Perviskro, you have a drift globe. This small sphere of thick glass weighs 1 pound. If you are within 60 feet of it, you can speak its command word and cause it to emanate the light or a daylight spell. Once used, the daylight effect cannot be used until the next dawn. You can speak another command word as an action to make the illuminated globe rise to the air and float no more than 5 feet off the ground. It hovers in this way until you or another creature grasps it. If you move more than 60 feet from the hovering globe, it follows you until it is within 60 feet of you. It takes the shortest route to do so, and if prevented from moving, it sinks gently to the ground and becomes inactive. Its light will wink out. So you have now a floating ball of light behind you, should you so.
Oh, yes. In fact, just to make it clear for you, I'm just going to probably, when we're in dungeons, I'm just going to be pushing it, and then I'll just let go of it and let it do its thing.
Yep.
If that makes sense.
Yeah. Yep. Ragnar Stormhelm now has a battle axe of warning. This magic weapon warns you of danger. While the weapon is on your person, you have advantage on initiative rolls. In addition, you and any of your companions within 30 feet cannot be surprised except while incapacitated by something other than non-magical sleep. The weapon will magically awaken you and your companions within that range if any of you are sleeping naturally when combat begins.
Oh, wow.
And I don't know, that's the only magic that it does. It doesn't have like any additional bonus to attack or damage or anything like that. It's just a warning thingy.
Yeah. Being magic though means it'll bypass resistance, so that's good.
Yep. And so, and I said I've already said what Tarikas had. He has the Amulet of the Devout, of +1 Amulet of the Devout.
Wait, did the Ragnar get a helmet or an axe?
No, he got an axe. He got an battle axe of warning.
Gotcha. Okay, all right. Because I thought it was helmet, and then Adam said it bypasses resistance. I'm like, wait a minute.
No.
Is he charging people with the horns?
Just headbutt everything. It's fine.
Yeah.
It'll take full damage.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you take full
so
6 damage.
So that was my Christmas gift to you guys, as well as my Christmas gift / apology for last week, to give you guys an additional. It's common. They're common items. I don't think common or uncommon, depending.
We don't get journals again?
You know, if we were at the house, I would give you guys a new set of dice. Actually, if I would have had the game in house, I was going to give buy everybody the new digital dice that show up on the VTT. They've got those now where you can roll them, and I think they're only with Roll20. I think they're only with Roll20 now. I'm not for sure, but yeah, they have you can roll it and it'll show up on the VTT. But I thought that'd be pretty cool. But anyway,
well, technically, shouldn't I get 2 since I also celebrate Hanukkah?
No, sorry.
You
can have a menorah. I'll give you a free menorah. How's that?
You get a bunch of gifts. They're just all very small.
Yes, we got a dreidel. We got a little mini menorah. So,
Dreidel of winds.
Yep. So, that being said, let us move ourselves into. Can't move until. Yes, I can. As we move ourselves into the real map. You guys are currently, as I said, have just woken up, heading downstairs. Hey, Jay, what's up, brother? Jay's down there lurking for us. I didn't even see that, man. Thanks for, appreciate that, bro. I think he is running Anna's map game tonight, or map stream tonight. So, if you guys want to double dip, I encourage you to double dip because they're giving away something pretty cool over there, I hear. So I'd go check it out if I were you tonight. At least get your name in the bucket. So, that being said, let's talk about what you guys are doing. It is the following morning, the 10th day of flock time. It's probably going to be in the mid 70s to 80s today, partly cloudy. Beautiful weather as you guys have returned to the city. As was explained to you by the City Watch last night, they would request that you guys go nowhere and do nothing until such a time as they have cleared you technically officially. And so you guys find yourselves downstairs having your breakfast in the Argolf Inn. What do we want to do? What are our plans for today?
Well, first thing that Nyla is going to do is she is going to, after what a horrible past 2 nights she's had trying to sleep, she is going to go grab herself a strong drink bright and early in the morning.
Okay. All right. This place, the Argolf Inn, is actually well known for its ales and its wide variety. Although, as you guys have been staying here, you've heard people whisper that this ale is still really good, but it's not quite as good as some of her competitors or his competitors. And so, but still, as far as you're concerned, in the places that you have been, you guys have this has definitely got some good ale.
As soon as you said that, the first thing that popped in my mind was Romulan ale.
Okay.
Now, there's a couple other places in town that have good food and are known that you guys have slowly but surely been learning about. Obviously Argolf is one of them. One of his big competitors is over at the Resting Anchor. And so, but yeah, you guys have just found yourselves. This is a very convenient spot for you guys because not only are you here, but you're close by the arena if you want to go there. You're very close to over here where I'm sort of tapping on the board is the Wizards Guild or the Guild of Magi. So you guys are, like I said, very close to some of the places that you have been already.
I'm going to frequent the local blacksmith or weaponsmith, preferably dealing with more bludgeoning type of weaponry.
Okay.
And looking for, basically, I'm going to be searching or putting word out that I'm looking for someone who will be able to craft me a weapon of silver.
You want something made out of silver.
So that's going to be silver, not completely, however much silver it needs to do damage.
Okay.
Whatever research I know, or
it was 200 gold, I think. Or is it 150?
It's somewhere between 100 and 200 to have a weapon silvered, but
Yeah.
Sean might do something different.
No, that would be. Or what type of weapon are you going to want to have?
My mace.
Okay, so what is the normal cost for a mace? We'll just go straight out of the player's handbook. It is going to be. It's going to be 150 gold plus the cost of the mace.
These are like 5 gold pieces, but I don't know. That's first edition.
Yeah, what I mean, I don't have the book handy, but yeah, but it's 150 plus the. Actually, do you have a mace in your thing, right?
I do in my inventory.
I posted the official rules in the campaign tab on Discord if anyone cares.
Yep, thanks. Price is 5 gold. Yep. So if you go to your inventory and you go to mace over on the right hand side, it's got the little edit item. Underneath the add column, there's a little like pencil looking thing. You click on that and open it. It'll give you the quantity, the weight, and the price. And so the price is 5 gold. So it'll be 155 gold for.
Okay. I tell him yes. I need this. It's of great importance to have this weapon enhanced to do battle against the evildoers that plague this countryside.
Okay. And as you're talking to the smith, he's like, when do you need this by?
As quickly as... Is he human?
Yes.
As humanly possible.
Were you going to say of dwarvenly possible?
Yes.
If it's dwarvenly possible, it'll be done by tomorrow.
All right, so I'm gonna let me see in Middlestadt. Let us move. Oops, wrong guy. I can't always do it on the wrong map. So I am going to move Tarikas. Tarikas right over here is where the blacksmith
if I need to leave the weapon, would you happen to have a loner like that?
No.
Dvorkis over there.
No. Yeah. Nice try. No. He has no weapons or anything with which to
give me a mace as well that you have in stock. Or
they don't
just happen to take your mace and make the.
No, he doesn't have. He's a blacksmith and he can make things for you, but he's not a weapons guy, so he doesn't have any weapons or anything just sort of hanging around. He's like manufacturing various items for use throughout the town, whether it's horseshoes, whether it's fixing up armor, whether it's whatever, but he doesn't have anything his own that he's making for sale. He is merely manufacturing on a per item basis. So you want a silvered mace, you're going to have to provide the silver and the mace.
Okay. Well, take this gold and convert it to silver pieces and then melt down the silver pieces to...
And as I said, it will be a total of 105 gold in order to manufacture this mace and coat it with silver as necessary.
105 gold? Yes, sir. Here you go. 105 gold.
All right.
There you go, good sir.
Thank you. And this will be done in a couple of days for you.
What?
Yeah, it takes time to source material.
What if I give you an extra 5 gold? Will that speed up the process?
Give me a persuasion check.
Here, look at the symbol.
She cast Charm Person.
Oh, what'd you say? Persuasion.
Persuasion, yeah.
Action? No, attributes. Yeah.
Oh.
Oh no. Okay.
Is that not a good score for you?
It's okay.
Is that your dump stat?
6.
He says, you know, I think for an extra 15 gold, I could make it faster. I'd be able to grease some palms and get the materials faster. So if you give me just make it 120 gold even, and we can get it done by tomorrow.
What about an extra 30?
could get it done by tomorrow.
Oh, okay, 15 it is then.
But if you want to give me the extra 30, then
yes.
Okay.
We'll give you extra 30.
And he'll still have it done at the same time, whether you give him 15 or 30.
Okay, I'll give you 30. You give me 15 back.
Okay. Whatever, as he takes the coin from you and hands you back 15. There's your change. We will see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
I
will mention your services to others.
Well, I appreciate your business.
And I appreciate yours. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So, while he is gone, what did the rest of you want to do?
Is there a permanency spell in 5e?
No.
No.
There should be, but there's not.
There's not. Okay.
You know how scary 5e would be if permanency was the thing?
Not really that scary, because you can get any item that you would be permanencying just as a magical item.
Yeah.
What about it?
Permanency? The concept of permanency just allows you to make the permanent item yourself easier without the with there's a lack of crafting in there as well. I want to put the magic weapon spell on my longsword permanently. It's a 2nd level spell.
So you want a +1 sword? Is that what I'm hearing?
I want a +1 sword. Yes. I don't really want to give up my sword I don't really want to change from my sword was the thing.
Yeah, because your sword is magical in the sense that you... Well, not magical, but in the sense
bonded.
that you can... Yeah.
Yeah.
But the point is it's special to you. Is that what it is? And so you want to maintain that weapon, but have a magical effect on it? Yeah, pretty much. I just want +1 so it can bypass resistances and stuff. Sure.
And while the sword itself is not special, I mean, I can bond with any particular weapon I want. It doesn't matter. It's more so, I guess it would be the same thing as just buying a +1 sword at that point.
I will also say that there are crafting magical item rules in 5th edition, if Sean chooses to use them or not.
Yeah.
It's another story, though.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem with using crafting rules, but I would have to dig into them to see. Again, I don't have a problem with doing that as long as you guys can afford the cost of it and the time of it, etc.
Oh my god.
What?
All right. Go ahead and move on. Come on back around to me.
The closed caption on this thing said Tuesday I'm knocking kids down or something.
Oh, you got closed caption on? That's hilarious.
Oh my god.
That's hilarious. Okay. Yep. Adam, if you want to grab those and post them in the chat so I get a chance to review them when I get up.
Sure, I can do that for you.
Yep. So yeah, so it's definitely something that you can do. I don't have a problem with that, Jacob.
Yeah. Okay. The Beyond doesn't actually have a price on a +1 longsword in the in their items list.
We'll go through the.
It does. You just have to really hunt for it.
Yep. What to now? Again,
Go ahead and to someone else while I handle this.
Sean, who has the talking stick?
No, and nobody really has a talking stick. I was just kind of trying to figure out what you guys wanted to do, because I know that there was a couple of things that you wanted to research when you guys got into town. And then Tarikas took off to go have his silvered weapon, and then all of a sudden Nilo started talking about a +1 weapon, and so I'm just trying to figure out what the party wants to do to continue their investigation as to what has been going on and where this Arthur Stevens guy is. Right. Or are we just going to drop that by the wayside and try something else?
Well, now that it's the researcher's turn to speak, I think that Paviskra would probably, and knowing Nilo that he is rather intelligent, despite her being more martially focused than Paviskra, would probably want to grab her and then spend probably the majority of the day going through local records and just trying to do the utmost to figure out who this person is and when they were last in town, or if they're in town currently.
Okay. All right.
Yep, she'll happily. She'll be groggy, but she'll happily do it.
Let me see. Okay. So if we put in, I didn't actually put it on the map, unfortunately. I guess that's probably one of the big things that I should have put. But we are going to do this right in here. So up here, where I sort of have the little blip on the map, that is where the town library is. And right behind it there's a guild hall. The Sages Guild is kind of right behind the library. So, but the library is this great structure up on this little hill in that part of the centralized part of town.
Right over here.
That is correct. Yeah. Right there. There you go.
Okay. I mean, I think Nilo and I are probably going to be spending most of the day there. Now, am I correct in thinking that the Sages Guild is the kind of place where you can, like, hey, this is information I need because I need to find this person, speak with them. What's the best way to go about that? Would they be able to offer us some sort of assistance in that regard?
So it's quite possible. You would actually have to go there and investigate and see,
yeah,
how things work.
Then that's, I think, Paviscaro's like number one item on his to-do list.
Okay. All right. So you guys together are heading to the library?
If Nilo's okay with it.
Yeah.
All right. As you two begin your daily tasks on what you've decided you want to do, Ragnar, leaving yourself, unless you intend to go unless you wanted to go either with Tarikas or you want to go with Nilo and Paviscaro.
Well, Ragnar was sitting down, waiting to go researching, but Paviscaro didn't remember him, so he didn't realize they left because he can't see. So he's kind of just sitting at the end.
I am going to say that because they're within 10 feet of you eating, as they get up to leave, you know that they're leaving, and they obviously from their discussion you would know that they are headed over to the library as well.
I guess he'll go and follow them.
No,
Okay.
And it's not that you weren't invited, to be clear. It was just
I know, I'm just joking.
Okay. I know. I just wanted to clarify.
It just sounds so much sadder. You guys just left him there.
Hey, Nailo, I'm going to the library to look shit up. I need you to come help me. You're surprisingly intelligent despite your choice of items. Oh yeah, sure. You ready to go? Yeah, let's go. And the dwarf is just left there. It's like, should I follow them? I wasn't told I'm not allowed to.
Right.
Listen, man, you can't even pull that card. Ragnar's done more research than Nilo has in this campaign.
All right. You guys move your way through the busy town. It's post-morning breakfast, as it's probably getting around 9:30, 10 o'clock. The sun is up, as I said before. It's a warm day as summer is set in, and you guys make your way through the busy streets until eventually you see the walkway leading up a small rise, and dominating this rise is a huge stone structure, denoting itself to be the Library of Traft. There are also several buildings that sort of lay around it that you take to be probably apartments of some kind. But directly behind the library, you can see a large 3-story structure that its awning on the outside indicates it to be some kind of a sages guild and whatnot. And approaching, you guys there's no like entry, secret handshake, locked door, or anything like that. It's kind of like walking into a club. And as you step through the door, on the other side, it's rather dim and dingy inside. There is some light in various places, but for the most part, it seems to be a very quiet and subdued place. You can see some individuals sitting in huge lounge chairs. They've got little snifters of alcohol, and they're smoking on their pipes, and they're playing their board games and whatnot. It's just sort of lying back in a relaxing atmosphere. An individual who looks to be some kind of a valet, dressed very prim and proper, bow tie, very stiff kind of looking, steps up, looks down his nose at you. He goes, "Gentlemen, this is a members only club. I am going to have to see your club membership if you should be so kind."
I couldn't understand what you said. Could you repeat that?
I just look up to you and I go, just bribe him. Like quietly.
Trying to quietly tell you to bribe the butler.
We are on... unfortunately, I am not a club member, but I was thinking of inquiring into this organization and see if it is something that I might be interested in. Perhaps patronizing as a patron. And
I see. So if you, good sirs, desire the services of one of our astute sages that are members of this society, I recommend that you go across the way to the great halls of the library where all of our primary work done. This is for relaxation and club members to come unwind, as it were. If you seek an audience or some specific information, your best course of action, as I said, would be to go to the library directly. But if you wish to become a member, please feel free to submit your application, and it will be processed in due time, and you will be informed within a sennight.
Of course. Do you have an application that is to be filled out, or is it to be written in my own way?
No, it is. We have a general form of which you will fill out with your own words, of course, and then when you submit this application, it will be submitted to the board for review, and then a decision will be had, and then you will be informed accordingly.
Of course, I would very much like to have a few copies of this application, please.
Very good, sir. Please wait here. And he departs and comes back maybe 3-4 minutes later, and hands you a set of scrolls, of which you can see is basically a questionnaire of basic things like, who are you? You know, why do you want to be a member of our society? What are your areas of expertise that you could bring? You know, stuff like that. That sort of, you know, what's your level of expertise? You know, where did you study? Where did you get your schooling? You know, as I said, what is your area of specialty? So if people were to come use you as a sage, you know, what's your familiarity with the current Traff Library and the research facilities here in town, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Stuff like that.
I'm trying to figure out if Avisco does legitimately fill this out, if it's going to be this is bullshit, no one man can this is too crazy to be real, or if it's going to be, oh yeah, just another one of those.
I think for you, it's probably more like one of those. It's nothing. It's nowhere near what the word was when setting up a temple in Kreistrich with all the taxes and stuff. This is more along the lines of, they want to know, where did you get your schooling? What's your area of specialty? How familiar you are with the local region, so that, because obviously most sages are fairly local, right? With a few exceptions who might be worldly sages or other plane sages, etc. They are going to want to know what do you bring to the table that, you know, that they don't already have.
Got it.
The guy's out of earshot with this, right? Pretty much, as we're looking over this.
Yeah. Sorry.
Nilo comments, I would definitely not be accepted into this. While I may have knowledge of the land, my schooling is far from adequate for this.
I have the schooling, but I don't know if I have the inclination. We will see. Do I get the impression that this is more of a history buff kind of place, or do they have like all different schools of thoughts, like Arcana, religion, etc.?
You see there's a very eclectic mix of fellows here. Various races, various sexes, various clothing. So some look, almost like northern barbarian types, all the way to prim and proper, socialites or whatever. So it looks to you, unless they all know and have the same basic knowledge of stuff, it looks to you like there's a very wide range of subject matter that could be attained.
Okay.
If you were to do research.
Well, if Paviskro is going to join that organization, it is not going to be in this moment. Yep. So they recommended we go across the way to
the library.
Yes, but to acquire the assistance of one of the scholars.
Correct. Right. I mean, you could do, the library offers research on your own for
Sure.
two gold pieces a day for a day of research. With a sage, it's a 5 gold piece day charge, and your chance of finding is much higher. The DC's lower, right?
Sure.
So your normal research would be a DC 15 to find what you're looking for. With a sage, it's a DC 13.
Yeah. No, I think Paviskro would certainly be interested in hiring a sage to assist him in this research.
Right. Okay. So walking across to the library, it is, as you would expect, a library to be. Wall-to-wall shelves of books, old dusty tomes and whatnot. Several clerks running around, sort of keeping the place clean, pulling books, returning books. You can see that there are numerous private doors that lead into small private research rooms. Assuming, you can only assume that, like most libraries, they've got some sort of a special collection somewhere, but you don't see anything like that out in the open. But it is a rather bustling place. You can see that there are, a couple of dozen researchers and stuff at various tables. You can see college students sort of sitting there studying, just like any other large library would. There is a desk, should you need assistance, for the custodians to sort of point you in the right direction of what you may be looking for. But unlike other places, you're not met and greeted by anybody as you walk in the door here.
Right.
So
now, thinking this over, I do not think there is going to be much advantage for all of us to be present with the sage, for they are going to lead us to specific examples, place them in front of us. We're going to put our heads together to figure out, what of this information is useful and what of it is not. There might be things, perhaps, that the sage is not so... Well, it is possible for everyone to make mistakes, so coming at it from a different direction at the same time might be advantageous.
I agree.
Perhaps the two of you should work with the sage and see what information you can come up with, and I will do the same, but separately, independently, and we can compare our notes at the end of it.
I think that'll work just fine.
All right.
What area will you cover with this?
I think we will see what the sage recommends to you, and then I will perhaps
go the other way.
Yes, I will just try to see if there is perhaps anything he has overlooked.
Very well. All right, and she's going to turn and walk her way. Sean, she doesn't have on her armor in this case. She does have her longsword on her, but she doesn't. Actually, no, she doesn't have that. She's just walking around her gambeson sorta.
Okay.
She's relaxing today. But she is going to approach the desk and ask for the sage. Hello. Anyone here can help?
Good day, my lady. How may I help you?
Ah, yes, good. I am looking for information regarding a man named Arthur Stevens, or perhaps the church he tried to start up here in Traft.
Is this individual a local fellow, or is this someone who perhaps would be famous in other lands that you wish to seek? The sages tend to be very specific in the content upon which they research.
He's traveled here. I don't know much more about that, but what I know is he tried to start a church down in Kreistrich, and then he traveled north to Traft, where he opened one up here.
So he is a member of the local clergy. That narrows it down significantly, ma'am.
Yes, I believe that would be it.
Well, let me see if our resident expert on local religious sects is available. Sorry, I was just taking some notes here on what you guys are doing. So it takes a few minutes, but the librarian, custodian, whatever you want to call him, sort of steps back and goes, as it has it, Mr. DeLand is available for his usual fee for services. Will you be requiring his service for the day then, ma'am?
This would be 5 gold, correct?
That is correct. 5 days for the whole day. If you only wish for a partial of that, then we can, of course, prorate some of the service time. But typically it is 5 gold pieces for a day's research.
Well, this library is big. I believe I will take the services for the day.
Very
That'll
good,
be
ma'am.
best.
Very good, ma'am. And he commences to write out a little scroll of documentation that you have paid for the services of a sage by the name of Arctis DeLand. He is a sage of local religious sects. That's not sex, sect with a T. So get your mind out of get your mind out of it. I'm just talking for I'm just saying for Tarikas. Just saying for Tarikas' sake, because that subscription he's got sets his mind right to the gutter. So all right. So like I said, they hand you a little, basically a receipt of paid for services. I can't spell right. They hand you a contract for the services, and a little runner leads you eventually to a small private room where you see this old white-haired fellow, human. Hair is thinning, but he's not quite gone yet. Hair comes maybe to his shoulders, wearing normal clothes, nothing spectacular about him. He's sort of reading over some tomes, and he looks up and goes, you are my next client? I am Arctis DeLand at your service, my good lady and good dwarf. How might I be of assistance in your search of the local religions today?
Hello, sir. Name's Nilo Honda. I'm searching for records regarding a man named Arthur Stevens. He supposedly started a church here in Traft after trying in Kreistrich, but I believe he has ties to.
I see. Can you tell me which religion this Arthur Stevens follows, or if not, we can just start in a general search?
Did we know the specific church he started, or all we have is the symbol?
You have to tell. Well, the symbol. What symbol?
The swirls.
So the swirls was not the symbol that Arthur Stevens. You're getting some of your stuff mixed up.
That's what I thought. Yeah, I was just wanting to clarify. Yeah. So do we actually have that already?
First of all, there's the symbol of the horn that you guys saw on the jade.
Yeah, that's unrelated.
Unrelated, no clue. The swirly symbol was one of the symbols that you saw on the door when you guys were at Dagavok. And you've seen it other places as well. It had two symbols. One was an upside down pyramid, basically like a ziggurat.
Yeah.
The other was a symbol of a swirl, looks like one of those hypnotic patterns, right? And you guys
and that was on Cecilia's armor.
That was on whose armor?
Cecilia's armor.
Right, it was on Cecilia's armor, and you guys recognize that as being related to the unnamed god, the chained god. So, and then, but Arthur Stevens, you guys know, was a patron of the god Barai, who is a female aspect deity dedicated to farming and whatnot.
Yes. He followed the clergy of Barai.
Barai, you say? The Barai is typically depicted as a sort of a sickly looking woman with a brownish tinted skin. She is very much dedicated to family and community, as well as those who care for their crops. So, of course, normally you would find her aspect being worshipped most heavily in the outside regions, out of the city proper. They're more in the fields, as you will, where the farmers grow their crops and stuff like that. So, but yes, this is very much helpful because we can start specifically with Barai, and if we don't find anything specifically in Barai, we can then sort of expand our research to perhaps look at other aspects of the farming community. And so maybe we'll be able to find like perhaps one of the four sisters, the east, west, north, and south winds and stuff that we might be able to find there as well. So let me begin. And if you wish to wait here, I can have refreshments brought, and then we'll begin our research.
That'll work just fine.
Excellent.
Just gonna take a seat.
Okay.
Here, Ragnar. And she's going to shift the chair for him so he knows where it's at.
Okay. As you unclip his dog leash, so you're not leading him around anymore?
No. He's not that blind now. Come on.
Listen, I'm not that blind.
I shifted the chair so he could hear it. He's like, hey, there's a chair here.
In the
I
meantime,
imagine I'm like there's this long table in the middle of the library, and you're all the way down there.
Yep.
You just see me alert.
Exactly. So in the meantime, Perviskro, as you sort of look around the library, it's rather sizable. You know that there are upstairs because it was obviously at least a minimum of a 2-story building when you guys arrived. It probably has a basement as well, although you don't see any stairs offhand that would take you to an upstairs or a downstairs. But you do see rows upon rows of various books and whatnot here in the Traft library. So specifically, where are you going to, or what do you wish to look for?
So if Tarikus's experience in Kreistrich is anything to go by, there's a lot of financial records for setting up a church.
Right.
I kind of want to start there.
Okay.
To see if there's anything in the correct time frame that would indicate, oh yes, he did actually successfully start one, or attempted to but didn't pass certain criteria, or perhaps failed to make certain payments, and those are in records somewhere, potentially.
Okay. So where do you want to start looking?
When you say where, I thought I was being...
Yeah, you are, but
now
where in the library? You have no idea where in the library is any of that.
Cool. So there's no obvious, sort of organization system here.
Correct. Not that you would be attuned to, no.
So then, if that is the case, I hope that they do have some sort of ledger or some sort of list with all of the potential different sections, that sort of thing. Which would
as a matter of fact, yes. Benjamin, come here. As a young lad who is escorting people around comes in, he goes, Benjamin here is well versed in all of our subject matter as far as where the various topics are. For the requisite 2 gold pieces for a full day's research, Benjamin will be assigned to you, and he can take you to any section that you wish to look for.
Of course. And so for the 2 gold pieces that is required for access to the library, which I will
That
pay.
is correct.
Let me just change that on my character sheet. I'm going to have Benjamin go over just the brief, because apparently they didn't write it down. The brief overview of the different sections, and we're going to start with financial records. We'll go with church records. I think Pavisco will probably incidentally end up in a lot of the same places as this Sage, but probably
right.
But probably end up looking through different things.
Yep.
So, and I recognize the DC is going to be a little bit higher for me, but
yeah, he specifically says, "Oh, very good, sir. We have many records that deal in the various churches and stuff. We start there. Now, financial records and stuff, I'm not, to be honest with you, I'm not 100% sure that you're going to find very much financial. Those are typically kept within the court buildings. However, we do have several tomes where such as wills and trusts and other large land sales, etc. A lot of those we do keep in some of our more upper echelon, if you will, stuff. But specifics on details of finances and stuff like that are typically kept with the state. However, we can start there in the churches and start to drill in as deep as you want to go.
Yeah, for some reason, I assume the state owned the library and therefore would want to keep their records in a centralized location. But that's
the government,
how I.
Man.
Yeah,
on,
no, I know.
Government. It's not like they're in the cloud yet, you know. Anyway, that's what I should have done. Can you imagine have a library in the cloud and say, "Where's all your information? We keep it in the cloud."
Oh man, let's not even go there. But yeah, no, we'll start looking through like serious like land purchases, that sort of thing. To see if they
go ahead and give me a rousing investigation check.
Sure, and I will cast guidance on myself for this. Plus D4 plus 7, 29.
That's actually not too shabby. So as you search, you fairly quickly, within an hour or so, you discover that there was a church that was dedicated to the goddess of Barai that was started about 20 years ago. But it was not by anybody by the name of Asher Stephen. It was by another fellow. It was by another fellow. But as you research through, as you get sort of deeper into it, another hour goes by as you start pulling more tomes, as you are able to narrow down specifically regarding this church. Probably 5 or 7 years ago, somewhere in that range, there was a changing of the clergy, and the new clergy was only written down as Stephen. So you're not for sure if that's Arthur Stevens or whatever, but the priest's name was Reverend Stephen. So that's what's written in the book.
Interesting. And would I, based on this, would that tell me where that church would be physically?
Yes, actually, they have. It's right outside the main gate that you guys normally come in and out. And it's literally just, there's a group of small, there's like out by gate 2 here on the outside, there's a small little community just outside the gate. The church itself is right along the edge of where the farmlands begin. And that's where the original building was conscripted to stand. And by all accounts, it's still there. Although the last document that says anything about it is dated about 5 years ago.
Okay. And would there be documents here that like if they had like any major like renovations, let's say, or anything like that, or have like a room
with a 29 on your investigation, I'm going to say yes. There's all kinds of things where like additions were made, additional buildings were bought for apparently for a small school that was right next to it that dealt in farming and stuff like that.
So typical church stuff like here in Orlando, where they buy up the entire 5 blocks.
Yeah, exactly. Don't be judgmental.
I'm looking for anything that might be like not obviously a part of the church, or something like, oh yeah, no, they had some renovations done in the basement for some reason.
No, nothing like that. But there were land and building transactions that occurred to extend the church itself, right? So the church had its own building. what was originally built, and then, as I said, they sort of contracted to buy little areas around them to sort of start building their commune, if you will.
Okay. Knowing that, I want to follow this thread, this Stephen individual, this reverend, and see if they ended up purchasing any property other than the church or anything like that, or if it was just the church. And the other,
as you're researching, one thing that you do find interesting is that apparently this reverend caught wind of some old structure that people used to say was haunted, and they tried to get the city, even though it's not close to the city, they would try to get the city to go out and sort of destroy it and tear it down so they could build farmland, etc., where it was, but the city apparently refused. And so this reverend was rather adamant about proving that, no evil is too powerful, that a men of good heart and goodwill couldn't take care of. And so he and some of his flock were going to go and take care of it themselves. But again, that was like the last entry you find is like 3 or 4 years ago.
Interesting. There's no record? Is there any record, or could I potentially look for a record that detailed whether they succeeded or failed?
Nothing. That's like the last entry, the last record about Reverend Stephen that's in there at all.
Would there be public death records here? Like individuals who have passed away in the past 5 years?
I'm gonna say yes. There would be a who's who if there was somebody of well-known import. Probably not like your local guy working on the pier or anything like that. But if they're well-to-do businessmen, obviously members of the clergy would probably fall under that status as well. Particularly well-known and established clergy, probably. Now, the Church of Berea is one of the smaller churches, so maybe not. But I'm going to say if you can give me a DC, let's make it a little tough. Let's make it a DC 17 investigation check.
Soft 20.
So you find nothing regarding the death. Literally, the last entries that were made were about this priest, Reverend Stephen, going with some of his flock to take care of this evil.
And then the records just seem to disappear.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. Do I have an address for the property?
Yes, it's right outside town. Can't miss it. And you've got you get the directions on where it was. It sort of shows in relation to the city where it is. So, and you know for a fact that there is a conglomerate of outside the city shacks and bars and pubs and stuff like that, and houses just outside the gate, outside the walls.
Yeah, it's like just outside the wall. It's not like
correct.
2 hours journey or something.
That is correct. It's just outside.
Cool. In that case, I'm going to thank my little friend. What's his name again?
Benjamin.
Yes, thank you for your help, Benjamin. I'm gonna give him an extra gold coin and just say, I have your services for the rest of the day if I should come back. Yes.
Yeah, that is correct, good sir. Just ask for Benjamin Todd. My friends call me Sweeney.
That's a hell of a. Okay. Adam's gonna process that for a second. Right. Well, Mr. Todd, do enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, sir.
I will call for you if I need you.
And this actually took you about 3 hours total of research, by the way. So it took you about half the time that was necessary. So it's probably going around 1-ish in the afternoon your time. But I want to cut back to Tarikas. Tarikas, is there anything that you intended on doing once you were done with the blacksmith? Because when you return, if you return to the inn, you see that the only one remaining is Desmond, who is out training his dogs and trying to get them to understand more commands and whatnot as he's waiting for the others to do their research in the library.
Looking for holy water.
I'm gonna go get some holy water. So there is a church right here where the number 10 is a church of Zilchus. Or if you want to go to the Church of St. Cuthbert, you can do that as well.
Yes, I'll make a pilgrimage to that church.
All right. So, we don't have, do we have it in here? Of course not. All right. So let's see. I'm going to put Cuthbert is more of the people. So the Church of Cuthbert is going to be down in this area of town, not quite in the slums district, but it's sort of centered like right here. There is a small chapel to Cuthbert. He is not as St. Cuthbert is not doesn't have a large following here in Perrinland, but he is a well-known deity outside the Flanish gods and stuff. So making that pilgrimage there will take you probably half hour to kind of go there if you want to go do your pilgrimage and get what you need.
Yes.
So we can move you over there to the Church of St. Cuthbert, and so it will they can give you up to 5 vials of holy water at 25 gold pieces each. So 125 gold for all 5. It just depends how many you want.
Yeah, 5 sounds good.
You sure? All right.
Yes.
Go ahead and take the requisite amount off your sheet.
Okay.
As you're down sort of bartering with the priests there, your sage begins to rifle through a lot of the tomes and whatnot that you're looking for now. What is it specifically that you are looking for, my dear? Is there anything specific about Barai or about the church that I can search for you? As he's talking to Nilo and Ragnar. Did Nilo come back?
Purpose?
Nilo. Oh, he's making ramen. Okay.
What was the question again?
Specifically, you guys are doing research of local churches in particular?
Yeah, basically, while Pavistra was checking based on the church records, I was going to try to look for would they have the tax records here?
Probably not tax records, no.
I assume the local churches don't have like an equivalent to charities when they're collecting donations here, do they?
No. Again, most of the financial stuff is dealt with the city itself.
That'd be like City Hall, wouldn't it?
Yeah, like City Hall.
Sorry.
No, you're good. Most of those type of records would be at City Hall. They wouldn't be in the library, although there are certain things like large land purchases and things like that. There are historical documents that talk about the history of, or I liken it to if you're doing genealogical research and somebody of the church left a will, right, and said, oh, I'm going to will everything to the church, and the church got this, so that story. Or maybe if there's somebody of import or of note within the church and there's a story about them, there might be documents referencing that person, like, oh, he went to war and he did a battle and he was famous for this or whatever. Stuff like that might be in sort of a historical context. But again, typically anything that has to do with money, finances, and stuff like that is going to be part of City Hall or the state documentation, not here at the church or not here at the library.
Okay, and what was the church again for? Like which religion?
Barai.
Is that a common religion?
It's common in the sense that she's a Flemish deity dedicated to family, community, farming, stuff like that. So very much a part of the rural community, because they're obviously very big when it comes to close-knit family ties and stuff, because being out in the rural, you don't have the city guard or the walls of the city to protect you. You're out there on your own. So family and community mean everything when it comes to protection and stuff. So she's probably fairly popular in the rural aspect.
Here's a quick question. Is she often worshipped in communities that can also be very xenophobic in terms of outsiders?
Give me an investigation check. DC
That's
10. A DC
that's a flat D20.
DC 10.
Let me
Tarikas is drinking his holy water.
Uh-huh.
It's your holy water popped up on here. It said you clicked on your holy water. I can only assume you're drinking it.
Well, I'm trying to put 5 there, but I don't know how to do it.
You got to be smarter than the computer. Hey.
14.
No, she in fact is actually not xenophobic at all, as the sage tells you. Barai is actually very warm and welcoming. She's very community oriented, very open and welcoming to others to come in their community. Although she tends to be, when you say xenophobic in the sense that like evil creatures and like humanoids, orcs, goblins, and stuff, of course, are shunned. And whatnot, but when it comes to community, if the community welcomes them, Barai welcomes them as well. So,
yeah. I guess I'll just say I just looked to see, like you mentioned how people that might be associated. I'm basically gonna look to see if there's any like known frequenters to the church.
Okay. Go ahead and give me another investigation check with advantage, please.
Okay.
Nice.
Also 14.
Yep. Nice. So there were no frequent visitors that are noted. However, there is a story that sort of talks about this really old mansion that used to be owned by some famous merchant way back in the day, well before anybody in the Church of Barai, and so they're not even sure, the locals aren't even sure who this home belonged to, but apparently it stood on some land that the church was hoping to get the city to clear out so that they could build some more farms and sort of grow their community that way. But the city said basically, pack sand for whatever reason. It isn't given, but apparently the head of the church, a gentleman by the name of Reverend Stevens, decided that he and his flock would tend to this blight on the land themselves, and so would do the city a service. And so I guess the city apparently sanctioned it and said, hey, have at it. We don't have the resources to do so. That was like 4 years ago.
How many years ago?
About 4 years ago.
Okay, I thought you said 40. I'm like, holy crap.
No, about 4 years ago.
Does it list where this building was?
It sort of gives a general to the north and east, up in the hills and woods. But people say that there was just something weird about the place. Some people thought it was haunted. Some people thought that there was some evil wizard that lived there at one time, maybe. But everybody shunned it because it just had a look of like the Amityville Horror. You know what I mean? So.
Well, at least noting it down. If it's 4 years ago, jeez. We might be able to find some hints about him, though, there. Nilo.
Right. He's back yet?
Yeah.
She left again?
I had my mic turned up because I was eating.
Gotcha.
So I was there for that entire bit, right?
Yeah. So this has been over the course of about 3 hours. You guys kind of find a lot of this information.
Okay. All right. So since I am
anything else that I could be of service with regards to religion or local religious sects?
Actually, there is. She is going to place the horn first on the table. Does this ring any bells in terms of religion or anything otherwise?
As soon as you put it down, he sort of goes a little bit pale, and he sort of stands up, pushing his chair back, and stumbles backwards into the wall, points at it, goes, where did you get that? Why do you have that? You should not have that. That should not be seen. That should be destroyed long ago. Why do you have it on you?
Well, good news is it is destroyed. At least what we found with it is destroyed.
No.
There was a jade golem in some caves. And
Jade. A golem. But it bore this symbol. You're sure it was this symbol? This isn't just a piece that broke off that looks like this. This is the symbol that was upon this being then.
If I recall, we traced it before it all disappeared, right? Or something like that.
Yeah.
No, this symbol is emblazoned on its chest as it was murdering us.
Do you? Gosh, if this is in service of the one who bears that symbol, you are lucky that you were escaped with just your lives. Your very souls could have been in danger.
I am very well aware of that.
Finding this on a being that yet moves is most disturbing. This, my friends, I will give you for free, for you should destroy it, bury it, burn it, send it to another plane of existence, whatever you need to do to banish this being, for the symbol that you see is none other than the witch queen herself, Igwilf. And if...
This is the same one that tried to kill me, right?
What do you mean?
This is the same woman. This is the same name, or the same title that sent the hit squad after us, if I recall, right? Because we had the totem.
Perhaps. You're not really sure.
The same title, though, at least.
As far as, well, as you're not for sure who it was that actually came, right? But Igwilv was mentioned in whispers of potentially, but the problem is Igwilv was destroyed by the...
that's what I was...
Igwilv and her armies were overthrown by the people of Perrinland hundreds of years ago, and to find her symbol on something that is alive or constructed or whatever is very, very concerning. Because if that symbol is back, then somebody is either using her symbol, or the rumors that the body was never found and that she escaped to another plane of existence potentially could be true, which means that she potentially could be trying to make a comeback.
Okay, so that said, all right, she is going to think for one. Okay, that is good to know. That another occurrence of hers cropped up around me. That sucks. Okay, one more question. She's going to put down the swirly pattern. I vaguely know who this belongs to.
It's the unnamed one.
I just had to kill my sister because she was chained to the service of a fae with this symbol. Or the fae was actually enchained to her with this symbol, and she was forced to obey. Upon her death, the armor she wore, her very life, withered away as if time passed exponentially for her.
Give me a Give me a investigation check with advantage. So he looks and he's, this is beyond my speciality. However, I can tell you that this symbol is part of two halves. The other half is a ziggurat. This
upside down.
Yes. You know this. For this half of the symbol discuss or depicts the chained god, the mad one, he who would destroy all other gods. He was usurped and overthrown. He is entropy itself. And there are those who say that he, to this day, still has some of his madness whispering its way through the ethos, making appearances in various planes of existence. But even the smallest, slightest, ever so tiny bit of his essence is enough to drive entire worlds mad. And so there are those who would seek his release. And so I would be very wary of anyone or anything who has dealings with this deity. He is not my speciality. However, I can tell you what I do know is he is one of the lost gods that today's gods, or the world's gods as we know them today, want nothing to do with, and can only hope that he does not break free, for if he does, he shall devour all.
If I recall, majority of the gods, even the mortal enemies, teamed up to remove him.
That is correct. All the gods work together to chain him. They call him the Chained One. He goes by many names. The Mad God, the Chained One, the Unnamed One, Therisden. But I would be very cautious in using any of his names without the brightest of light shining upon you, for he seeks shadows where they may lay.
What would invoke the madness? Just the knowledge of his existence, or as artifacts?
We do not know. If he were to infuse his essence in an artifact, it is in sense touching the mad god, and so his madness spills upon you.
Huh.
It is said that the Urflan that inhabited this land before the coming of the Witch Queen, they say that they worshipped this all-powerful deity and sought his release so that he might destroy all, and they might live then forever within his agony. But fortunately, the people were wise and overthrew the Urflan, but then they were subjugated by the Witch Queen for many years before they threw off her yoke as well.
This is extremely helpful to me.
He smiles. I'm glad I could be of service.
She's rubbing her chin a bit. She's very much in thought. She's trying to think of the process, and the idea she's forming in her head is that she thinks that either the sword that Desmond is currently using, or hopefully something back home, is tainted, and that's what happened to her sister. That's what she's hoping.
Right.
Oh, I just thought of something.
Hoping it's not the sword, specifically not the sword, but she's hoping it's something back home, something like an artifact that.
Well, you have to remember, she wasn't necessarily at home. She was working in the palace.
Well, that's why I meant like clan home, not home.
Well, I'm just saying though, and I'm just sort of playing the devil's advocate. Where you're saying home for her. She hasn't really been to your home in years. She's been working as a palace guard. So when you say home, you mean the palace, or do you mean home back in
the palace specifically?
Okay.
The palace specifically. She's gonna think for a moment. Do we have any documented cases of like records, perhaps, of somebody tainted with this madness? Anything that state how long it takes to invoke them? Is it years or is it months, decades?
I am not knowledgeable on this deity, so I would not even know where to begin. Perhaps one of my other associates who has more plainer esoteric knowledge on the gods and their aspects may have more insight as to what you seek, but I, for one, do not.
Tread carefully, sir. Things are moving, it would seem. I thank you for your time. Ragnar,
welcome.
is there anything that you can think of that we will still need?
Well, was the church built here, or was it something that he bought and refurbished?
From the understanding of the documents that you guys all got between the three of you, looks like he bought some buildings that were there, and they refurbished them into a chapel of some sort, a chapel and a school of some sort.
Well, unless, to be honest, either we could go to City Hall and we could probably find some records of those transactions, or we could probably look here to see which company he bought most of that furniture from, because they would probably know his address where he was living before it was in use.
Wait, say that one more time.
Basically, besides going to City Hall to learn more about like some of the transaction stuff,
right?
They might have records here of which company he got a lot of the stuff that he refurbished. Because usually, if you get like artistry or something done, that's usually publicly known because it's like reputation based,
right?
And if we can find the company that did it, they'd probably have his address for
what artistry. I don't understand what artistry. I don't understand what you mean by artistry.
It's a church.
Okay.
The decor.
Oh! I got you.
Yeah, like that stuff's usually custom. So,
well, maybe it's quite possible, or it's quite possible that they bought a building that was fit their needs, and they built some pews and.
Yeah.
No help. No harm. No harm to not looking or anything like that.
Yeah, basically, if we can find the company, we might be able to find his home address if we know like what company did a lot of the dealing.
Or, I mean, the thing too, you have to remember as well. A lot of times, clergy live in the churches that they, you know what I mean. They've got their own living area, living space in the chapel, etc. Right, so. You can look there as well. Totally up to you. I'm just giving you other options.
I don't know. Do you think it's worth it, Nyla?
It might be a good idea. Or we can just, travel that way. We know where the church was. Perhaps it'll be there. And if anyone is not there, we can simply ask for information. Perhaps they might know where he went.
So where to then?
We'll search for the address. We'll search for his home if it's not at the church.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys finish up about 2 p.m. So you managed to get most of your research done, gathering yourselves back together. Where are we going to head to now? Are we going to go back to pick up Desmond, or are we just going to go right out to try to find where the church was?
I'm going to make a detour to go first off grab Desmond. Okay. Mainly, I want to look at the sword. I want to look that sword over. And should I find nothing on it physically, I am going to can I cast that? No. I believe Desmond has detect evil.
Desmond does?
I believe so. I can't check it though, but if you can check it, I'm going to ask
more of a Tarikas thing, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I know Tarikas probably definitely should, but
if I recall, that was the one that Tarikas didn't have, but Desmond did. Tarikas had like detect undead.
Desmond has protection from evil and good. He doesn't have
protection.
Yep.
All right. And Tarikas is not here.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, yeah. No, Tarikas isn't with us though.
No, not with you, but by the time you guys get back to the back to the Argolf Inn, Tarikas is back with Desmond, just sort of picking his teeth watching Desmond train his dogs.
And I'm presuming that we told Paviskro about what we found out too.
What's up to you? You tell me.
I'll say that since we've glossed over, we've kind of hand-waved us meeting back up, then we can definitely say that, yes, I share everything that I found, you share everything you found.
If you guys want to roleplay it, you can roleplay it out. It's totally up to you.
I'm more happy. I was actually I'm more than happy to.
I'm fine with that.
So I think just based on roles and not waiting on a sage, Paviskro probably approaches you guys. Fair to say?
Okay.
Because as you guys are finishing up.
Yep.
The poor sage looks a little pale.
As you get up, you see the sage is just leaving, and he just sort of hustles past you, muttering to himself as he goes by. You can see he's visibly flustered, Paviskro, as he departs the company.
They have that effect on me as well. Anyway. So historically, investigating haunted houses has gone excellent for us. So who would like to do that again?
You're joking.
I mean, it has gone over well so far. So,
well, I did find out who the horn was.
The last known record of the person I think may have been your Arthur Stevens was a local churchman who decided to cleanse a haunted house, and then, according to at least the records here, he was never seen again.
That was about 4 years ago.
Yes, it's been a while. So if he did end up getting corrupted, it took a while for him to finally crack.
Well, these things can be strange, you know. It is, and it is no small task to go from a holy man to, corrupted evil, whatever. And did your sister even say that he was the cause of this, or just someone who could help?
She said, "Find Arthur Stevens."
Yes,
that's all she said.
We don't know if this man is a good man or not. The point is, he was last in a haunted house. Maybe we could find out what happened to him there. Or we can go to the church first. Yes.
I'm going to be honest with you.
Yes.
You aren't always mentally sound if you're with the church.
What do you mean?
To your point that he was a righteous holy man, that isn't necessarily he wasn't a nutcase.
There's a difference between a faithful servant and a zealot.
Regardless, either way, no matter what he was, all I am saying is, 4 years ago, he went to this place, he disappeared. We need to find him. We don't know if he was a good man or a bad man. Let's go find out.
Do you have the location of this house?
Yes.
Awesome. I do know what the horn belongs to as well.
Fill me in on the way.
Yep. As they walk, she's going to say Igwilth, the Witch Queen.
I feel like we have heard this name before.
Yes, that was the name attached to the letter that was on the hit squad that was sent after us, when the ones we got the horses from.
All right. Okay.
I will also need to send a runner, possibly, to my home clan. But I need to check this. I need to check my sister's sword first. Hopefully, Tarikas is back.
You go find. I will meet you. You said it was the haunted house was to the north or south or east or west.
It's to the northeast, basically, of the town.
So I am going to gather some supplies while you find Tarikas. I will meet you at the northeast most gate.
Are you guys going to go there, or are you going to go out the gate, find the church, and then see there to the house? I just want to make sure which.
We were actually going to go try to find the church first.
So I was actually saying we should go to find the house first.
Yeah.
The only reason I'm saying that is because I want to at least take a look at it before we decide whether we're going to go to the church or just go into the house.
Yep.
That works with me.
Paviskro probably just wants to go into the house and see what the fuck's there, as long as there's not people living in it.
Yeah, that's very Paviskro.
Yes, but can very easily be persuaded. Okay, let's go talk to some people first.
Yeah. What do you think, Ragnar? Church first or haunted house first? I was I was considering going to the church, but I don't mind
Isn't Tarikas
taking a
over by the
haunted
church?
house. No, he was mumbling as he left about wanting his mace to do something special. I was actually thinking about trying to find someone to do the same, but this can wait for now. Famous last words, right, guys?
Well, to put it in perspective, the detour to the church will take us, like, I don't know, a couple hours. Detouring to the mansion first and then realizing we need to come back to do something at the church, that's a few days.
While they're discussing that and finding our cleric, right?
Yep,
Not
Tarikas.
Okay, cool. Because he's either cleric or paladin. I can never remember.
He's a cleric here.
Yeah, it's the other game.
Yep.
That I'm no longer in. But while they're doing that, if it's possible, I would, on the way to the gate, I'd like to procure the components for Find Familiar.
Okay.
It's 10 gold. It's like charcoal and herbs.
Okay. It takes you another hour to kind of pick up what you need.
Sure, that's
So
fine.
we'll go ahead and add that. So it's roughly about 3:00 in the afternoon before you all gather with everything that you need back at the Argolf Inn.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Alrighty.
So there is a gate. If you follow Das Promenade, there is a gate that leads out the northeast, or you can go out the east gate, gate 2, and then go out and follow the road and head up that way as well.
Which one would actually take us to our destination?
So you have kind of a general idea on where it is.
Yeah, to the northeast of town somewhere.
Yeah, it's northeast, so it would probably take some good ranger tracking as well to kind of help you guys find the location.
Good thing we have a good ranger.
Yeah.
This is true. You have a good ranger. So
just write out the northeast gate and just kind of figure out where it is, using him to scout it out.
Got it. Okay.
We know what it looks like vaguely. We know vaguely where it is.
Yep.
It's supposed to be haunted. Just ask the farmers. Hey, which one of those houses is the haunted one?
So he took the ranger I was about to borrow the sword from to check it.
Right, you wanted to check it, but you
No, I mean that's what we'll do when we're all together. So like, you can do your check whenever.
For some reason my map is not loading. There we go. So you guys are back at the Argolf. I know obviously Adam moved his token up there, but that's fine. So you guys are at the Argolf Inn right now together. Desmond hands you the sword for you to look at. It looks just like you always remembered it. It's got the special markings and craftings and designs and inlays as befitting the palatial guard, with the stipulated fact that it is obviously a flame tongue. Right. So
I want to really take a closer look at this thing, looking for the whirlpool specifically. Investigation, or is there
investigation
advantage since I know exactly what I'm looking for and I've already seen the sword a couple times, or no?
Nope.
Okay.
Regular investigation. So looking up and down it, you see that you find no arcane symbol or no anything like that. So it does not appear, at least to your untrained eyes, that the sword is not the source of your sister's corruption.
Tarikas.
Nilo.
Yeah.
I see you looking very closely at that. Next time, let me know. We do have the, and he takes out the eyes of man you'd see. Just reminding you, if you need to investigate something very closely, we have the perfect tool for that.
I'm not looking for magic specifically. I'm looking for symbols, or
yes, it is for looking at things very closely. That is all it is good for. It is a magnifying lenses.
Oh, I thought those were a magical one.
No, it just literally gives you advantage.
Oh, okay. She's going to turn to Tarikas. Sorry about that. I'll remember that next time. Tarikas, I hope you have detect evil. Yes.
Look.
He opens up his Bible and flips through it. This passage.
Pages are sticky.
Making bread.
These pages are sticky. What?
That's the forbidden section. We don't read that part.
Yep, that's the articles. That's the articles section.
All right, let me see.
It's like a fold out. You turn it sideways.
Yeah. Oh, there it is.
Look at that spell.
Is that a knock spell? Oh.
Yeah, yes, I have. I can detect the presence of evil or good.
Amazing. I need you to use that on the sword.
What sword?
This sword, as she places her sister's sword down.
By looking at the sword, I can cast a spell on it. I don't know if I can detect it on a sword, though.
Yep.
Well,
any detect evil, anything that's evil would be able to be detected. Like if the sword was possessed or any one of your comrades were now possessed or whatever.
Yeah, there could be a ghost living in that sword for all you know.
Could be a ghost.
It could also have a strong evil aura, too. Some spells give off evil auras of evil.
Yep.
Evil auras of evil.
Yes.
Or words to that effect.
Dun, dun, dun!
It was just referring to creature. That's what I was saying.
Yeah. No, I will. The reason I say you can is because if it is possessed like a sentient blade, then that would be considered, to me, it'd be considered a creature because the demon or the creature within it is a creature, not just the shell of the whatever's holding it.
A sword can be a creature.
Yes, sir. So, are you going to cast your spell, or are you just going to like run your hands over its?
Yes.
He strokes the sword evilly.
Yes.
All right, this is getting very close to that. Better check that mature audiences only button.
I clicked. I cast it.
You cast detect evil and good. Am I correct?
Yeah.
There it goes.
As he casts detect evil and good, as it circles around, you watch this aura as you see the goodness of your friends illuminated within your heightened sense of vision. The blade before you is nothing more than a blade, but you detect nothing that would be considered evil or really excessively good in this area.
The sword is just a sword.
So the sword is just a sword.
Good. Desmond's not being possessed by an evil god.
Yeah. I mean, did I say that right?
Nilo shows up as no glowiness in the spell.
Exactly. So it's about 3:45, give or take, in the afternoon. You've got about 2 hours of sunlight. So what do we want to do?
So, do we go into the haunted house? Are we at the haunted house, or
no? You guys are still
we're still at the tavern. Okay,
still at the tavern.
I'm tired.
I'd like to fetch my horse.
Okay.
Once I am done fetching my horse, I would like to begin casting Find Familiar as we make our way to the house.
Okay. All right. As you guys mount your steeds.
I think I already cast my Find Familiar.
I don't think I recast mine, so I'm doing it again.
That is correct. Yeah. You did. Yeah. As you guys exit the town of the city of Traft, moving your way in a northeasterly direction, basically following the coastline as you head toward Beryllian's Watch. But you don't go nearly that far. Somebody, if they would for me, well, I guess I could do it. Oops, not Ragnar. Not Nilo. Ugh, I have to move you guys out from each other's way, otherwise I can't click on you.
Did we ever divvy up the gold from our last batch?
I don't think we've divvied up the gold since
the
Gnome Village.
I am going to cast Survival for Desmond in order to lead you guys along the way. And I'm going to give him advantage because you guys have sort of a semi-idea based on the details and the descriptions given, X number of miles to the north and to the east and stuff. So he has an idea as he leads you guys through the hills. It takes about 3 hours. Unfortunately, it's a little longer than you guys thought.
Finish my spell. Good.
As your familiar winks back into existence, your eagle screeching in a welcome as it zips around your head. As the sun begins to set, casting the long shadows, you guys can see in the woods up ahead the remains of some kind of a mansion. I need go ahead and what do I want to call this? Go ahead and give me a history check, everybody. And Praviskro, wait, hang on a second. Praviskro, you're human, right?
I am a human.
Okay. All right, never mind then. Nilo, you get to roll with advantage. Just give me a history check.
Yeah, I got a total of 16, by the way.
Okay.
I just clicked the D20
Gotcha.
button.
Nope, totally fine.
It didn't
Totally
let me.
fine.
Yeah.
I'm doing great.
Yep, you are doing amazing. Ragnar, you want to roll? Give me a history check.
Hold on.
Okay.
I want to get a drink.
Oh, sorry, dude. See, I catch you guys at the worst times.
Roll a D20. I don't have a bonus.
Okay. You want me to roll it, or are you going to roll it for yourself?
You can roll it. I have to run up 3 flights of stairs.
Oh, gotcha. No worries. I will do that right now because I can kick it right off your sheet. Ta-da. Where is it? History. There we go. Hey, not bad. 15. All right. So Praviskro, you and Desmond and Ragnar kind of tilt your head a little bit, and it's very interesting because this house has elvish features in it. So whoever created this house, whoever who lived here, it definitely has an elven flavor to it. But it is long since overgrown. Weeds are growing up everywhere. However, from deep in the interior, you can see the bare sight of what appears to be some kind of a flickering light, perhaps torchlight or a lantern or something within.
I can feel the taint here.
Oh.
Taint of what?
You can't feel it? It's obvious.
Elves.
I don't feel any taint.
We're talking
Why don't
about
you enlighten us?
xenophobia we were speaking of earlier. But do you have...
I just typed in 2000 elves by accident to the message I was sending somebody.
Help, show up, damn it.
Good job.
Maybe I didn't hit enter yet, but I meant to put in 2000 donuts and I said 2000 elves.
So, what is the Dungeon Master? Does the flame have a particular color that would make it seem unusual?
No, not really.
Is it just an orangish yellow, like a flame, like you'd expect?
It's basically like an orangish, kind of a yellowish flame. It flickers, but it doesn't flicker like normal torchlight, so it definitely seems a little bit strange.
Oh, okay. Then I think
as you guys arrive, and you see these old ancient pillars sort of standing and supporting nothing. You can see the ground before you leads into this foyer that ends in a door. And that is where we are going to take our break. Unless you guys have any questions before break, we'll cover any questions, but we're not going to do any like actions or going in through doors or anything like that till we get back.
Okay, sounds good.
Any questions? Any whatever? As you guys look at this house, sort of set in the woods on this little rise of, but again, the house itself is a mansion of some kind. Looks to be perhaps one story, although it's a pretty high story. It doesn't look like it has an upper floor of any kind, but it has very, very distinct elvish features about it, including the even the grounds outside that have been completely overgrown with weeds and stuff like that. You can tell at one time were manicured, and again, had elvish features to it. So,
how do you cure scattered brain?
I don't know.
Okay.
You need a bucket to collect it.
Yeah.
Sean, can you hook up that lantern to my token?
Which lantern?
The seeing lantern thing. I think I know what I'm supposed to do here, but I'm not positive.
It should already. It's in your equipment already. It's a lantern of revealing.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I right click the token and I click the little light bulb, toggle lantern. Do I just put stuff in here, or just enable it?
No, you just have to. Whenever you enable it, it'll automatically light.
Oh.
When you right click and click the token, it'll light it. Now it's not letting you because, hang on, I have to go back and see this. Why didn't it let you do it again? It should have let you do it a second time. I'm just looking to see here. It's equipped. I don't know. You know what? I don't know. I think I know what it was. Did you have torches? Yeah, that's why. You had one. How many torches did you have?
I had a couple torches, not a lot. Like losing one does not matter. I carry a couple extras in case the others need them.
Right. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put. You've got 2 torches, and the reason is I just I noticed that the right click on the light thing only works if you have a regular lantern or torches. The magic item doesn't work for that, right? So it does. The lantern of revealing won't. It won't allow you to like click on it and then show anything invisible, right? We just have to know that it's there. So what I did is, what happened was when I clicked on the light token for you, it expended one of your torches. So that's what happened. So I just added the torches back. So we're good. So when you go in, when you want to have light, if you need it, you just, right click on your token, click the little torch toggle, and it'll allow you to, exhibit light around you if you need it, or whatever the case may be. So if you need it, right? So you guys, like I said, you do see light coming from within inside a little bit, but through the doors. But anyway, that's where let me quickly move us over to break so we can take our break as we go and we all enjoy the smooth sounds of one monkey boogers. I'm going to shuffle the tunes because he always yells at me for not shuffling. Hopefully you guys will hang out with us for a little bit. I know some people are over there probably still with Lord Kazumba. I'm going to pop over there on break and put my name in the drawing. Hopefully I'm not too late. If you haven't got over there, I encourage you to do so. They're giving away some electronic device or something. They're giving away something pretty cool, it looks like. So I want to get over there and get my name on the list. So anyway, we will be back. Let me set our timer for 15 minutes. Okay with you guys?
That's fine.
Sounds good. All right. Come back in about 15 minutes as our party goes to investigate this mysterious mansion where apparently there was some evil going on, and the aforementioned Arthur Stevens, or Pastor Arthur, or Pastor Stephen, or whoever it was, came here to try to figure out what was going on, and he was not heard from again, apparently. So we'll have to figure that out. So we'll be back in a few, man. Hope you guys will hang with us.
estates of air. So boom. So I just take my elven houses I have for Celine. They're all mine. There's no and pop them right here. Boom. And so it's just in reverse. So yep, perfect. Awesome. All right. Well, that's good to know. That's good to know that. I mean, so.
so to speak, and work on it. And once I have that set up, it doesn't take that long to do. It takes me 7. Enough to detail simple things like where doors are and walls and windows and you can put all the little I double it again, so 20 pixels per 5 feet is enough to draw a decent looking ETT map. So that way I can quickly, and I have these standardized, so I just take them into Photoshop, load them up according to, and then
My fellas are back in a minute.
Out advertising for meaning a lot of the other stuff, yeah, they don't need to advertise. There are tons of artists doing social stuff and are pretty much good photographer, what work is looking for. So this is a niche
So, let's wind down here because we're at 18 cameras. How about we say the one thing each of us are excited about
And we have returned. Hopefully everybody returned with us. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to tonight's episode of Agora Quest, Heroes of Kreistrich. As our party has done some research, they have discovered that a priest of the clergy of the Barai, who is a farming type of a deity, went to investigate or tried to get the city to take down or bulldoze or whatever you want to call it, get rid of this old ancient mansion in the hill because they wanted to do some farming here and they wanted to pull some trees down and get rid of this old house. And the city basically said, nah, we're not having any of it. And so many people long since thought that this place could be haunted. It is a very, very old place. As the party arrives, as I said, this place has sort of an elven feel to it. And as you walk up into the entryway, withered grass sort of gives way to eroded, cracked stone flooring. As the entrance to this place is up ahead in the form of a large gate of some kind, but it's very narrow bars together, so it's very hard to see through. As I said before, there are 4 cracked and corroded columns kind of standing here. And on the gate itself, there are carvings of faces of some kind. And again, the gate looks old and rusted, but it does apparently provide access into the interior of this mansion, home, place, whatever it may be. The biggest thing that you take so far, really, other than the fact that it's extremely old, is the elvish features that sort of surround it. My friends, what is it that you would like to do?
I'm going to light my drift globe.
Okay.
How do I do that on here?
So I don't know that you can. Basically,
give him a token.
Right. That's what I was going to do. I was going to drop a token on there and put light on it or something, and then let's do that. So I guess
you just use a drift globe picture, actually.
What's that?
You could just use the picture for the drift globe if you wanted.
Yeah, that's what I'm.
That's a token.
Yep. That's.
Hey, Paviska.
Yes.
You should put that on the end of a 10-foot pole and just nudge it along.
I'm just going to push it, and then when we get into something difficult, I will just pull my hammer out, and it will float there.
I wonder if we can...
That works too.
I wonder if I can do this. Let me...
I do want to know I am fully armored once more.
Oh, no, I have an even better idea. Come here, Eagle. And I'm just going to put it in its hand. I'm going to give it to my Eagle. I will still probably need a token for her when it's not in the Eagle's claws, but yeah.
I want to see what happens when I...
Looks like he has light, I think. I can't tell.
Well, I don't think he has necessarily light on him.
Definitely casting shadows. That's all I know.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think that's just from what you can see. But yeah, I think what I'll do is I'm going to do this. I'm going to go into your token. I'm going to do light. Oh, it does show. So it's actually, isn't it 30-foot radius and then a 30-foot bright, right? So 30 and 60.
I'll double check for the light spell, but I think it's 30-30.
Well, the drift globe says specifically what it is. So we didn't want to use a charge because it had daylight. But the drift globe specifically says
the drift globe says it casts the light spell,
light or the daylight spell. Yeah. Okay. So it's 2040.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I will change your token to do 2040, and basically your Eagle is now your drift globe. So I don't know if the party will be able to see though, but they should be able to see because once he gets there, it kind of lights things up. But as I said, it's the entryway is sort of blocked by this huge iron grating that is blocking the entry from getting inside.
Any idea with this?
You said it was blocking like the front door.
Well, the front, this right here, isn't a door per se. It's a grating, but it's very narrow and it's got carvings all on it. So it's in a sense a door, but technically it's a big iron grating.
It's elven craftsmanship. We could probably just break it down.
You seem to have a very negative opinion against elves, Ragnar.
I am a smith. This is a horrible design.
Let me see if I can do something about this. And I'm going to walk forward. Does anyone want to come with, or
I'll go with you.
Sure. Anyone else?
You see, this material is made out of lightweight crap. It'll fold in like a can if it gets hit with enough damage.
It depends on what the lightweight crap is.
This is true. But Ragnar's giving it the equivalent of this is if a Ford gets into an accident compared to if anything else these days gets into an accident.
Sure. Yeah. Does it seem to be locked by some sort of mechanism?
It does not. It just seems to be old, crusty, rusty, as if it hasn't been touched in a long time.
Something that would need to be forced open, not picked.
Correct.
All right. All right. Who wants the crowbar?
I think I can take the crowbar with this.
Here.
And she is going to try to use the crowbar to break in.
Okay. I need you to
Crowbar's
give me
grand advantage on
give
strength
me
checks.
an athletics check.
Barbarian
Please.
will stand back here with his arms crossed.
Give me an athletics check, please.
Oh, athletics. Sweet.
With
Even
advantage
better.
from the crowbar.
All right. So Nilo puts her back into it. And as you're sort of leaning into pulling this thing and you sort of put your shoulder against it and you're going to pop it, suddenly the door gives way. I need you to give me a dexterity saving throw, please. DC 16. All right. As Nilo, as I said, as she's leaning into this, suddenly, why isn't it? Oh, is it not letting me? Okay, this is bizarre. Can I do it here? Sure, I can. This is bizarre because it won't let me do it as the DM, but it let me do it as. Why is it? Okay, that was like really bizarre. For some reason, something that like when Nilo's token was over the top of it, it wouldn't let me kick it. But Nilo, you go stumbling 10 feet in, and suddenly leaping from around the corners, you see skeletons and cloaked members wearing hoods of some kind. As we are going, first of all, into combat. I can ever get my music where I want it to be. Where is my... Oh my god, this is like killing me. Here we go. There we go. All right, so first of all, let me grab everybody else. But they get a first attack on. Make sure I got everybody in there.
A surprise round.
Everybody, they get first.
Oh, we can't be surprised.
Oh, did somebody... Wait, we can't?
No,
actually,
his
5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Oh, it stops right here. The 30-foot range stops right there in front of Desmond. You're all the way at the back there.
I am?
Yeah, that's where you're standing.
Yeah, you said you stood back and crossed your arms.
Crossed your arms while they were at the gate.
With
So
Vistro, though.
well, your token wasn't, so you're 30 feet away. Therefore, the alarm did not work.
So Nilo and Pavis. Wait, is it? So but
it's only Nilo. Only Nilo is going to get the first round because she goes. Because basically, what happens is, as she was forcing on the door, they released something on the inside that the door itself wasn't quite as latched as you thought, or not as corroded as you thought, and the door burst forward. Nilo lost her balance, failed her dexterity saving throw, and now has 4 individuals. So, first and foremost, we're going to target as you see a pair of skeletons and several individuals wearing robes of some kind as they leap out. And what? This is.
So I don't know why I'm not in initiative, by the way.
Oh, I didn't add you. There you go.
Oh,
now you will.
Okay.
I want to get this done first. Why is it
reflective?
Okay. Well. Now let's see if I can do this. It was telling me before it wouldn't let me attack. What in the hell? Target is 16 away. Oh my god.
Is it because it's my turn?
No, I know why. No, because there's nobody's turn yet. It's for some reason it had me targeting your eagle instead of Nilo.
Oh, that's
why. Okay. So now we should be able to. There we go. That was exactly what was going on because I'm an idiot. As it attacks, normal. As a 17 misses Nilo. I'm going to move this one back where it originally was. Okay. This guy. As at 20, Nilo gets hit for 23 hit points of damage from the cultist. How did that?
Ow. Okay.
As the second skeleton comes in.
So the guys in the back, are they surprised as well? Is that what?
No, the only one technically that's going through surprise is Nilo.
We're just not in the initiative yet.
That is correct. Right, I wanted to take care of this first, and then we'll.
Do I want to retaliate on that? Oh, I can't retaliate on that. I don't have a reaction yet.
All right,
if you're surprised, you don't get a reaction.
Yeah, this guy missed. But yeah, and then the last but not least. As he missed as well. So that is it. So now we're going, I'm just going to roll initiative. Everybody else roll initiative if you have not already. Corvisco, do you have the additional to add on to yours?
I don't think it'll matter with the 20, but if it does, yes. Let me just roll that real quick. That is the wrong dice. It's okay, I can fix it.
Ragnar, I need you to roll initiative 28, okay. All right. You with us, Ragnar?
Yeah, my computer's just being slow.
Gotcha.
So
okay. Gotcha. Okay. That's fine. All right. So, as we go to the initiative, Perviscro, you look as Nilo stumbles through the door that sort of opened up while she was trying to force it. She goes stumbling in and loses her balance and is immediately beset by a pair or 4 creatures. You could also see a couple more deeper in the room itself.
Okay. So first thing that's going to happen is I'm going to move. My eagle is going to fly above these creatures.
Okay.
And bring a light into the main room here.
Okay.
The second thing that is going to happen is I am going to cast web spell. I'm just not certain where yet. Let me see this. Sorry, I'm trying to just use Foundry, so I'm a little bit slower in that. But I think if I do this, I can just... Here's what I would like to do. That right there.
Okay.
And attempt to ensnare those creatures on their turns. My eagle will leave the drift globe here and then take its action to dash back out, so it's not in immediate danger. I'm going to leave the token on the board, but you can just...
okay, so that I'm assuming, though, that your eagle that's where you're leaving the drift globe?
Yes, so I'm just going to put it there. Eagle extricates itself from the situation.
Right, so just so you know, it can only be 5 feet above the floor, right?
It floats 5 feet above the floor?
Yeah, the highest it can be floating that you can raise it is 5 feet. Your eagle can carry it anywhere, but as soon as he lets it go, it sinks back down to the 5 foot.
Sure, that's fine. It's 5 foot above. It's just, it's at ground level then.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that you know, because I don't know if it would get caught in the web, but it's just outside the web. Okay, so these 3 have to make their, is it dexterity saving throw?
On their turns, yeah, they'll have to do that.
Yep.
It's not going to be for a little bit, though.
Yep, exactly. Well, maybe not.
We'll see.
As the skeleton.
I guess the one last thing I'll do is I'm going to move right here.
Okay. Which skeleton is it now? That's the problem that I always have. Okay, it's that one. Okay. As you move in, the skeleton steps in, targets the Viscro.
Sure.
As you are hit. Why did it not? Oh, it's asking if you're going to use your reaction or not.
No, I'm good.
Okay. As you suffer 6 hit points of damage. Web spell, is it concentration?
Yes, I will make a concentration save momentarily. So if I do that on my sheet, just open this. Let me just pop this out. See if that works. No, I cannot pop it out. If I pop it out, it doesn't work. Okay.
Really?
Weird. Yeah, for whatever reason. Or maybe it was just loading. So we're just going to go to attributes. I have to hit con saving throw.
Yep.
Do I have Warcaster on this character? Because I have like 5 mages. Yes, I do. Okay. And 21. I'm good.
Yep. Good to go. Yep. I like that 6 better. All right.
Oh, yeah.
All right. As that is it. Desmond, as he is going to, don't want to move too much, but he is going to move here. He's going to target the skeleton. Need to make sure I'm not targeting anybody else. He is targeting that skeleton. And he is going to fire his longbow. I completely forgot to reset this thing. Nat 20. 25 hit points of damage. No, that's a 25 that he hit.
Yeah.
I was like, 25? No.
Desmond can do that much damage, but...
All right. No, he does 17 hit points of damage to the skeleton. I want to check something really quick, just so, because I'm using regular skeletons on here, and this adventure actually has special skeletons. I want to see if they have anything different. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I need to change their hit points are actually much higher. So
these
he did
are
not
advanced skeletons.
Yes, he did not take it out. So. But he did do a significant amount of damage to it, so I need to, if you'll give me just a second to do the other skeleton. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. And yep, they have more than the, I'll leave the armor class the same. It doesn't really matter. It's only a little bit off, but okay. All right, so as Desmond snatches up one, the arrow pierces through it, and you hear it sort of hiss sound come out of its mouth, a little chittering of its jaw, as it did not appreciate that one little bit. As this guy, as he attacks Nilo. Make sure I'm not targeting anybody else. As he is going to swing the scimitar.
No.
Miss.
Don't swing it at me.
Completely missed. Tarikas.
That's what I thought.
You are up.
Okay. Tarikas is going to run.
Hang on a second.
Gotta go fast.
Hang on. See how far that was? That was,
It was
45
feet.
That was 45 feet. So you can run to there, but you cannot attack. Just so you know.
Yeah, I don't have a mace anyway.
What's that?
I don't have a mace anyway.
Oh, you don't. What do you have for a weapon?
I don't have a weapon. I just.
Okay. I forgot you didn't have a weapon. Take a Morning Star. She has a shit ton of weapons on her.
Oh, I can't take an action. But I'm gonna go that far.
Okay. Gotcha.
I just want to get in range to cast spells.
Okay. That's it for you. As the next cultist is up, and this is the one that is going... Nope, he doesn't either. So he is going to move up. And he too is going to target Nilo.
You're gonna miss.
What? Oh, you know what happened? It's not letting me try this again. It's not even closing. Not letting me close the dang sheet. There it goes, finally. Alright, I'm going to have to move here. Targeted Nilo. Make sure that he does not have the... It's like, oh, he's dead. You can't attack. No, he's not dead. I just marked him that so I could see which one it was. Because it doesn't have the little circle around it anymore. There we go.
It doesn't highlight them for you when you scroll over them in initiative.
That's what I was looking at. It highlights it at the top, but it doesn't. It's like it doesn't highlight the token.
Got it. When I scroll over them in initiative, it highlights the token. So I was wondering why I didn't do that for you. But I guess it's a DM thing.
Oh no, I take it back. I see. It wasn't. It was really hard for me to see. Like, let me see. This cultist.
Probably zoomed super far out for the viewers.
Yeah, maybe it could be. If I zoom in a little, yeah, it does do a sort of little highlight around it, but it's kind of hard to see if they're standing next to somebody else that's highlighted and all this other. Anyway, it doesn't matter. But he missed. He missed anyway. All right, Nilo, you're up.
Finally.
Wreck it.
All right. I am surrounded by people here.
You are. And a web.
And my owl, my dragon would have been here at the top. My dragon would have been there when that happened. It would have been next to me.
By the way, you have a 20 if you didn't know.
Oh,
yeah.
Yes.
Woo. Wandering endlessly. Oh, Scott, thanks, dude. Yeah, first time DM. Thanks, dude. Appreciate it. I'm pretty much is how it seems like every stream, like a first time DM. Thanks, Scott. Appreciate it.
I'm going to hex the cultist up to my right and use strength as the penalty. So any type of strength attacks he makes a disadvantage.
Okay.
That's my bonus action as I hold out my hand, my sword arm, and whoa.
Sorry, I was messing with the drift globe settings.
Oh. And you and Pavisco sees her glow from underneath her armor. It runs down her arm, and purple energy lashes against the cultist. And then she's going to strike him with a longsword. So she does not get advantage against him. I don't think a 9 hits.
9
him.
does not hit. their armor class, by the way, let me double check. Oh, I have to fix
What?
that too.
13, 14 was it?
That's the... There is... their armor class... Armor class is... Nice. Their armor class is 13.
Even Nailo's not feeling it tonight. Well, the guy's hexed now. I still don't know what Hex does, apparently. She just knows it's a spell that she can do now, but she can't do nothing with it, I guess.
Apologize for the real quick delay here. I'm updating these. Oh man. Like I try to update and it just sits there and sits there and sits there and then finally it updates. Come on. I'm just updating them with their correct number of hit points and stuff while you guys were going. I just wanted to make sure that I had everything. One more update. Okay. Alright, who's next? Ragnar, you are up.
Well, I'm gonna run over there, but I don't have enough movement to actually get into combat this round, I don't think.
Correct. If you dash, you can go 50 feet. So if you want to move
Yeah.
yourself 50 feet.
Throw something at him. Oh wait,
I
that's
can't
actually
see
get there, eh?
them, you dumb.
I mean, that one's within 10 feet of you. It doesn't matter. You had to dash.
I only
over,
have
right?
25 movement speed. I don't even think I
Yeah.
can get in range with that.
Yeah. Aren't you a barbarian? Don't you have 35 by now?
I think it's because I'm wearing medium armor.
Oh, never mind. But dwarves didn't care about armor. Never mind.
No, that's Pathfinder. No, that's 3.5.
There's a 5e. There's a 5e thing in there too, but I think it's only for certain types of dwarves.
No, they get armor proficiency. They don't like it. Doesn't remove their penalty.
There's one that removes the penalty, but I think it's
Yeah.
just mountain dwarves or something.
Yeah, one of them ignores
Alright,
the armor
so-
penalty.
So this guy has to make a strength saving throw. Oh, is it
He needs to
dexterity?
make a
Sorry.
dex save. Dex
Dexterity
save.
saving throw.
Dex
Thank you.
save. Fail.
As he
He is restrained.
failed, he is restrained, but so he can't. He has to wait till his next turn to make a strength.
He could spend his action this turn to try to escape if he wants.
Yeah. Okay. We'll do that.
Up to
And
him.
that's just an ability check, and it's what's the
Strength check.
Strength. Yeah, strength ability check. What's the DC?
My spell DC, which is like 15. Yes.
Okay. Of course not. As he fails, and he is stuck. Stupid web spell. Alright, as the other cultist also goes for his dexterity saving throw.
Oh, he makes it.
Hey, as he is not.
Yep.
And so he is going
The web
to...
is difficult terrain for him.
Yep. So
Oh, is that
he's-
that one? I thought
Yeah.
that's the further one, fam. The
No,
second
the
one,
one that-
initiative is the.
No, the one that failed was this one.
Oh,
with
sorry,
down
I
there
thought you
at
were
the
going in
bottom of the-
initiative order. My bad.
I thought it was...
No, first was the guy next to Nilo, and then second was the one in the back.
Was it?
Yeah,
Okay.
according to this.
Alright, you're right. Alright, see, that's where I... And that's what I said. I was mousing over it, and it says it's this guy.
Weird.
See, that's... Okay, so you're right. So that one there failed. This guy made it. So
Yeah.
5, 10, 15. He was
Yeah,
going
it's
to go
difficult
here.
terrain.
Yep.
It's difficult terrain for the record.
Yep.
Yeah.
So he went 15 there, and he is targeting Nilo with his short bow.
Ooh, he's got a short bow.
Nope, he doesn't. One of the other guys does. Damn it. So he is stuck right where he's at. I looked and I said, oh, he doesn't have the bow.
He can
All right.
dash.
He could, but I'm not going to worry about it. He's not that smart. All right. Okay, that's the one that just went. So now we go to the last, which is that skeleton, which I guess he's going to have to try his dexterity saving throw. Oh, I had a 15 until it hit the wall. I claim interference. All right, he's gonna do
another brick in the wall.
Gonna try a strength check to see if he can break free. As yes, he uses his strength check to break free, and he moves there, and now he is free of the web. But that's okay. He can't do anything else. Back to the top of the order, Praviskro. So right now we have one cultist stuck in the web.
I want to attempt to shove this skeleton back into the web.
Okay.
So I'm going to make my athletics check.
Okay.
Go ahead and resist with athletics or acrobatics, your choice. I rolled very poorly. It should not be hard to overcome that.
And he does. He overcomes it. As you go to shove him, he pushes back and he waves his finger in your face like, no, no, no.
Does he really?
That's what I'm saying in my story, and I'm sticking to it.
I love it. Okay, this skeleton's got sass. He dies last.
All right.
That's me.
All right. The skeleton.
Sometimes they just save.
All right. As the skeleton attacks the wizard once again, make sure I undo Nilo. As he... Oh, the skeletons had the short bows. That's why. I should have put them at the other end of the room. Stupid DM. That's okay.
Skeletons aren't that smart.
Yeah, exactly. As he swings his scimitar, badly missing Praviskro in the process.
Yes.
Desmond, once again, takes aim at the skeleton.
Anyone who attacks this guy right here has advantage, by the way, the cultist in the web.
Okay. He is going to take his longbow. He's going to attack. A 13. Technically, he misses the skeleton because their armor class is actually a 14. I didn't update it in the thing, but I'm going to go ahead and do it as a hit because I just want to get this over. As he does 5 more hit points of damage to the skeleton, and that has been taken off. Good to go. Alright, as the cultist, as he once again targets Nilo, swinging his scimitar down upon her. He can do it if he wants. Nilo is hit.
What else, huh?
21.
No.
As he misses with a 21. Nilo uses her reaction.
I'm now 24. I am now 24 AC.
Tarikas.
Yes. Tarikas is going to... Let's see here. He is going to... How bad is my companions hurt?
I don't know. Doesn't look like too bad.
All right. Well then, Tarikas attempts to...
If you want, we can add that Morning Star to you because Nilo gave you a Morning Star to use.
That's fine. Tarikas is going to... I just clicked on the spell and then it shifted off of the screen. That's retarded. Where's it at? Now it's gone. I was looking for whole person, but...
It's there underneath your spellbook.
Is it?
Yep.
I don't see it.
The second spell on the list under second level.
Oh, there it is. Oh, it only affects one. I thought it was more than one.
What do you want to do?
Okay. I'm just gonna save those. I'm just gonna go ahead and just do a that one that's injured.
Yep.
I'm gonna hit him with Let's Toll the Dead.
Okay. You need to untarget the other cultist. No. Alright, he told the dead. Oh, he did the... Yeah. Yep, did 2d8. That one wasn't damaged yet. That cultist that
got a
you...
red dot on him.
The target, the one that you targeted did not have any damage yet, so it did 8 as expected. So you did 12 hit points of damage to that cultist.
Because to address your confusion, the red dots means one of your party members is targeting them.
Oh,
yeah, that's when I'm trying to whack, but I failed horribly.
Yep. All right.
It doesn't.
That's fine. He's hit.
Yep.
Next turn, it'll do extra damage.
All right.
And then I'm gonna move in right there.
Okay, go ahead.
That's right into the web. All right. Make a dex save.
Yep. You're in the middle of the web now, Tarikas, unless you want to back off that action.
All right. Make a dex save.
Yes, sir.
What is this? He says to himself. Who put this thing here?
Who put that thing I just ran into in my way?
That sounds like a barbarian would say.
Yeah, well, cleric's not far off.
Come on, Tarikas, you can do it, man. Dexterity saving throw.
We're here to find a crazy religious nut. We needed a crazy religious nut.
All right, my guy.
As you fail your dexterity saving throw, you now are
restrained.
Restrained, and this.
That's okay. Your spells are fine.
Yep. As he targets and swings at Tarikas instead.
With advantage.
Yep. Oh, this is irritating me. Hang on a second. Oh, it's not letting me edit it. Alright, I have to cheat here for a second.
For a second?
Well, it won't let me because you're 7 feet away, but it's not. And it won't let me change the distance on it, so. Alright. 22 as Tarikas is hit. As Tarikas suffers 6 hit points of damage from the cultist. Alright.
6.
Nilo, you're up.
Alright. First off, my eagle, my dragon is gonna fly on in here.
Okay.
Gonna come here. And over here.
Okay.
And it's going to give me advantage on this cultist.
Okay.
And I'm gonna whack him.
That's what you say.
Can we do it with advantage?
Yes.
You got another 20.
Turns out, yeah.
You got another 20, Sean.
Yay! Because everybody loves Sean. Appreciate it, folks. Keep dropping them tokens.
I'm gonna do normal first to see if it adds the D6 for Hex. I don't know, it did not.
Alright, go ahead and add another D. So
D4.
Additional D4. Okay. Good to go. And which attack was that? Oh, you got a second attack, I forgot.
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and roll the damage.
This one has the D6 on it.
Well, why?
Necrotic energies wreath my blade as I strike him.
So Hex works on both attacks? Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Every attack against that target that you make.
Yep. As that cultist is no longer eligible for combat. As you slice through, boom, boom, as he drops to the ground.
As a bonus action, I'm going to shift my Hex over to the cultist underneath me.
Okay. That's it for you.
As he falls, I'm going to whip my blade around and the dark magic touches the next one.
Gotcha. As you guys watch as the energy sort of sucks into the blade, Nyla whips and points the blade at the other cultist, and it almost leaps off it, almost like a little blob of energy sort of strikes it, and it just disappears like a smoke sort of around it. As Ragnar, you are up. You can see before you, off to your left, just inside the door, a skeleton besetting Nilo.
Trying to.
It's this one, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Let me give it a dwarven welcome.
You'll have to move up. It won't let you attack outside of 5 feet away.
Let me That's my warhammer. Where's my new axe?
We need to take notes, Adam. I need to go in and adjust so that when you swing, when you click the thing, it'll roll the dice and attack.
That is a no.
Nope, as you miss. Number one, I want to fix it so that it automatically swings, and if you hit, it does damage automatically. And number two, I need to adjust it so that the map doesn't think diagonals are 7 feet as opposed to 5 feet like they should be. That's a setting in the game base settings. Apparently, when I updated to the V10, I never went in and adjusted those, and I forgot to do it after last game too. So if I don't put it down in a note somewhere, like in our loot or our Twitch or our Discord channel, I'll completely forget. So if you could make that note for me, I'd appreciate it.
Right, so you want me to write down adjust attack range?
Yeah, adjust attack range for diagonals and adjust automatic damage rolls. So I don't mind clicking attack, but I hate having to go attack. If I hit, then I have to go do damage. I would much rather just have it automatically do it for us.
That makes total sense.
Yep. All right. As this guy is going to try his strength to get out. As he gets, oh no, is it a 15 or a 16 your DC? Your DC?
It is a 15. So
oh,
yeah, I believe
yes.
he has finally escaped.
He has finally escaped, and so he is going to move here, and then move here, and then move here.
Sure.
So that is his action.
I drop concentration on the spell as soon as he's out.
Okay.
Tarikas is no longer restrained.
Okay. The spell fades away.
Yeah,
all right.
It still says I'm concentrating on it. Is there a way I can remove that?
I think. Is it in here somewhere? I don't know if there's like one of the status effects or something. Oops. I don't know if there's like one of the status effects or something in here that shows. I'm not for sure, to be honest with you.
Fair. I'll see if I can figure it out.
I knew that it was somewhere in... Oh, go to effects. If you open your character sheet and next to spellbook, hit effects, you'll see web template and just hit the X, and that should just make it go away.
Spellbook, effects, web template. Got it. Dope. Yep. Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right. So this guy, as he moves up, puts his target on Tarikas because he just doesn't like the look of him. As Tarikas is hit, Tarikas suffers 6 hit points of damage, slashing damage, as the cultist comes up with his scimitar. And one thing that you guys notice about these cultists, although the blades and the stuff are clanking and stuff, they seem very quiet. They're not like screaming out or anything like that. All right, as the other skeleton targets Perviskro once again with his short sword. Badly misses. Badly misses. All right, back to the top of the order, Perviskro.
Do I have that's going to be useful here? I guess I'm just gonna I'm gonna try to sleep these 2 cultists right here.
Okay. The 2 at the south.
Yeah, the 2 to the south. One of them's taking damage, right?
He has not. No, neither one of those. The only one that's taken damage is dead.
Okay.
None of the other 3 have taken any damage. Okay, and that is a
placement for that.
Is that okay?
And do any of them have less than 21 hit points?
No.
Really?
They all have
Okay.
they all have 32, to be honest, actually.
Okay. Is there anything else in that area that has less than 21 hit points that I don't know about?
Other than your eagle?
My eagle's not there, as
Yeah,
I
I know.
recall.
Yeah,
But
no.
yeah, okay.
No,
Sure,
there's
nothing
no
happens
other.
then, I'm done.
Nothing else is there. Just okay. Cool. Yep. All right. As the skeleton
Just whiffing tonight.
whips around and targets the dwarf. I want to make sure I untarget Braviscro. As it whips around, swinging at Ragnar with its short sword. Misses as it sort of clangs against your armor, but does not get enough oomph behind it to do any kind of damage. As Desmond is going to target the skeleton that just targeted Ragnar with his longbow again. $16 hits the skeleton. Huh. So skeleton suffers 3 more hit points of damage. Closer, but no cigar. Tarikas, you are up. You have 2 cultists and a pair of skeletons to choose from.
All right. I want to move right there.
Okay.
I'm gonna do Word of Radiance.
Oh, nice. Can you get all? You can get all of them, right?
Yep.
All right. So is that? Go ahead and cast that spell. So now here's what you do. If first of all, target. Don't do it. Too late. You have to target all of them first. So if you target, put your target on each one of them before you cast the spell. But you only targeted one. You had to target all 4 of them, and then when you do saving throw for saving throw, it'll automatically do it for you. But you have to target all of them first.
Okay, I'll do that next time. They'll still be alive.
That's fine. That's fine. So I need to. All right.
Remember, they get a -1 on the roll, I think.
Or why?
Right, amulet.
Oh,
I think that gives you a
they don't get
+1
-1. It just get
DC.
effective gives a +1 to you. So I think it's
Only
a
a 17.
Yep, 17 because yours is normally a 16. All right, so the skeleton failed.
I'll just. Tariq's DC should be 16. Because he has the same wisdom as I have int, so it should be 15.
Okay, so
+1.
then it is a 16. So they need a 16. Okay, so the cultist passed. So it did figure it in. I wasn't sure it figured it in, but it did.
Yeah.
All right, so
How many crits have you now rolled, Sean? Jesus.
that's sorry. How about that?
You got
Whoa,
like
look at that. A 1,
You
2
got
for 12, a 2, 0, and a 1. Whoa.
Yeah. All right. So 2 cultists passed and 2 did not. So they suffered. It was. Go ahead and roll damage. Just do your damage. Click for me, Tarikas. All right. 6 hit points of radiant to this skeleton. Oh, so close. Wait, are they? Nope. No. Okay. So, and then this one suffered 6 as well. The other 2 did not suffer anything. Okay. Yeah, when you do spell, and I was talking to Adam about that before. We figured that out when we were looking at stuff. If you target all the creatures that you want to hit with your spell and then do it, it'll when you do damage and stuff, it could automatically take it off for them. But anyway. All right, that word of radiance. You watch as that skeleton is on its last leg, literally. All right. As this cultist targets Tarikas with his scimitar. 9 misses Tarikas. Nilo.
Ah, yes. My turn.
Yep.
All right. Cultist is hexed. I will burst off. Oh, can't go that way.
Okay.
Yep, don't want to go there. There we go. I'll go over there.
Okay.
Give myself advantage on my first swing here.
Okay.
Did not.
You're doing the one right to the south of you, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
There. Okay, I hit it twice. My bad.
Uh, 24 hits. Make sure and your damage. 17. I want to make sure.
All right.
Yeah. Oh, that's right, because he took Word of Radiance too. So you did 17 plus his 6 is 20. I just want to make sure that it did calculate it correctly, which it did. Okay.
That 12 misses, right?
That does miss. Their armor class is 13. All right. Ragnar Stormhelm. Before you is a wobbly skeleton on its last leg, literally. It has been crushed. It has barely any energy left. It's hopping on one leg.
Oh, jeez.
Please roll in that one. I will just be so happy if you roll in that one.
Listen, Sean, probably.
Give me a 20.
Listen, it'll probably disappoint both of you, just for fairness.
Oh, no. Sean got his wish.
Favoritism.
No, you did not.
You manifested that first.
Hey, by the way, I appreciate the nat 20 there, Armin. That was awesome. Thank you, you and Scott both, man. Definitely appreciate that. All right. As the cultist, and just because Scott says he hates cultists, I am going to use one of my nat 20s to attack Nilo. So I have 2. I now have 1. Let me go ahead and roll to attack just so I can do my damage.
Screw you, Scott.
Wow. Don't be mean to our viewers like that.
You got me critted.
We want them to stay.
Yep. Oh, I rolled a nat 20 anyway.
Not that he needed it.
Yep, not that I needed it, but I am going to do that. 13 hit points of damage to Nilo.
Okay, I already deduced it. Okay.
Yep, it already deduced. And I am going to put my nat 20 back since I didn't have to use it. All right. Now, this cultist, which one is it? This one is attacking Tarikas. And I am going to use my nat 20 on this one. If I don't crit, I'm going to use my nat 20 on this one.
Okay. Show us the 20s.
Yeah. Oh, it's not a crit, but it still hits. So I am going to do the damage as a critical hit. And Tarikas suffers 12 hit points of slashing damage, and I am going to take off my nat 20 for that. All right, and now, last but not least, the skeleton at the top is targeting Paviskro, because it will hit him eventually. Has to.
Right, that's definitely how math works.
I told you, is he's hit with a 21. Are you going to suffer the damage, or are you going to do the reaction?
Let me look at my special odds real quick. Yeah, let's just shield. It's probably cheaper to shield than it is to cure wounds.
So I'm gonna change your armor class to +5, right? So it's a 23 now. I just updated your character sheet to 23. Nilo, don't let me forget, I also manually updated your character sheet to give you a 24 until shield. How long does shield last?
So your next turn.
Okay,
Yeah.
so Nilo's shield should be back down. My fault. Let me go back and put this as equipped armor update. So you're back to 19. Okay. I just did that just so I won't forget. Excuse me. All right, Praviskro, back to you.
Back to me. All right. Do any of the cultists have full HP right now?
Yes, 2 out of the 3. So the only one that's hurt is the one that is south of Nilo.
All right. So on this one over here, I'm going to turn to him and say, you want to get out of this alive. And the only way that's going to happen is if you work for me. And I'm casting Suggestion. Going to try to turn him.
All right.
I need a Wisdom save.
Wisdom saving throw?
Yes, sir.
He's going to try to turn the undead, but with a charm.
Well, yeah, and it's not an undead, but, you know.
He fails his wisdom save. And so he is now... How long does that last?
8 hours or until I lose concentration.
All right. So, oops, not invisible. I am going to... Conscious... Sleep... Stun... Prone... Restrained... Paralyzed...
Got like a heart or something.
Yeah, well, I was looking. They've actually got them all in here under for...
Oh, do they? Okay.
Yeah, but
Change
I don't
of
know.
heart.
Yeah.
Charm would be the closest thing if there's a charm effect.
Yeah, that's what I was going to look for here. Just they don't make it easy because it's so... Come on.
The double hearts below the below the crosshair, you know, right where the colored one starts, like blue and the pink. Yeah,
got it.
That's your best bet. And the scroll will say, as he feels the spell take effect, say, "Keep that one alive. Don't hurt him."
Okay. After Periskro, the skeleton goes.
I'll say, sorry, just one more little thing. My eagle's just going to fly in and give someone advantage on attacking skeleton right here.
Okay. Well, in the meantime, that skeleton is targeting... Periskro, he's targeting Ragnar.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no, the dwarf was there. He was... What, it did not... Oh, yes, it did. Oh, misses Ragnar Stormhelm. See? I'm not always rolling 20s, Ragnar. Desmond is going to take aim at the skeleton again. Once again, fire his bow.
I'll be right back, gentlemen.
13 misses the skeleton because that skeleton actually has an armor class. Well, you know what? I did it before. I'm just going to go ahead and do the damage. He does 3 piercing. That is enough to take out the skeleton as the skeleton drops. Tarikas, you are up, good sir.
Well, I will go here again.
Oops, that was my fault. I was clearing things out. You good. You did it anyway. Good. Okay. Do what? Go ahead and you're gonna have to manually roll your damage because I accidentally cleared out the thing, so it's not gonna show you to do the damage. They each have to do a. Just go ahead and roll your damage, and then I'll do their saves. All right, so 4 hit points of damage if they fail to save. All right, is that a wisdom save?
Constitution.
Constitution saving throw? Okay. All right. All right. He fails his, so he suffers 4 hit points of damage, which it just took it off. And that gives him an additional... which saving throw is it against suggestion, Adam?
Wisdom save. He doesn't get an extra save. And also, why did you
Goddamn drug dealers.
He's an ally now.
It's alright, he failed anyway. That one. Alright, so this one needs a con save.
No, I'm not. Okay, never mind.
16, he made his con save.
You have to tell a drug dealer that the guy he's buying from no longer lives here.
That sounds like fun.
And this... so I got one
I just want
more.
to make sure I understand the situation. Did our cleric just attack someone who's not fighting him?
He did Word of Radiance on all of the... he moved up, he did Word of Radiance, so all 3 of them around suffered.
Because he can choose not to, and that's why I was asking. Is like he intentionally
Yeah, he
chose
did.
to hurt.
Yep,
Okay.
he said
Okay.
these 3.
Cool.
So. Alright. Alright, as the Word of Radiance did damage to all 3 of them, although it did not take them down. As the cultist...
In the... Let me double check something real quick. So, the suggestion spell does say that if any of my companions damage the target, that it ends.
Oh, okay.
So, I'm just going to say, Tarikas, are you doing that?
Doing what?
Or was that a miss? Okay, you don't even... Okay. One of them is not fighting you. Do you want to hurt that one or not?
Well, I wasn't aware he wasn't fighting me.
That's why we said he charmed the cultist.
Yes, and in character.
No, character didn't know he was.
I said it in character. Hey, keep that one alive. As after I cast a.
Oh well, if you said it in character.
Yes, it was said in character.
So then he probably wouldn't do it then.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so
I figured that was just a monkey not knowing thing. Just want to make sure.
All right, so I'm going to put the 4 hit points back on him. As this one target, make sure I'm not targeting anybody else. This one targets Monkey with his scimitar. Misses. There he goes. Nilo.
Yep. Alrighty. It is the one to my south. What?
I'm going to put you back where you were. Because Tarikas keeps moving over on top of you, so I have to move you around so I see where you guys are. But this is back in your original positions now.
It's the one under Tarikas. Oh, I see which one was charmed. Alright, gotcha.
The one charmed is to your right.
Yep, I see him. Whoosh! Give me that sweet advantage. Yeah.
Oh, nat 20. Nicely done.
Yep, so I'm also going to use my normal roll here. Plus it automatically just what the hell?
What?
Oh, okay, I see what happened. All right. Plus 16.
Doesn't matter. He's gone. As you take that cultist out.
Yep. The cultist to beside it gets the hex again.
Yep.
Oh, good lord.
I know, I hate that. That's the thing I have to fix. Is the 19 hits as well. Or the 25, I should say.
Pitiful.
Nice.
But it works.
It works. Ragnar, you are.
You know what? I'm just gonna move up. I'm just gonna move on up.
Okay. On you, Ragnar. Nice. 24 hits. Oh, you weren't targeting anything, so it didn't... So just go ahead and roll your damage, and I'll take it off the 1d8 plus 3. 10 hit points of damage to the cultist.
You're attacking the charmed one?
No.
Isn't it targeting us? I have my thing on it.
No, that's the charmed one.
Oh, yeah.
That's right. I'm putting it back, and I took the 10 points off the other one.
That, to be fair, that heart is hard to see.
Yep. I understand, but I'm just... Yeah, the one down to your left is the one that you just actually hit. So I did that one. I took the 10 points off him instead.
Okay.
All right, so this cultist is charmed, so he's not doing anything. This cultist, however... What do you want?
He's quote-unquote working for me, so he might interpret that as doing nothing. But at least not attacking us. That's good.
Yep. So, as he's attacking... Eureka's once again. 16, so close, misses Eureka's. As a skeleton, however, is going to target Proviskro.
Sure.
Come on, seriously. 7 misses Proviskro. Back to the top of the order, Proviskro.
All right. With the skeleton next to me and that cultist over there, I'm just gonna have my eagle grant me advantage on an attack against this skelly boy right here.
Okay.
Just
a reminder, its armor class is a 14, not a 13, so the sheet will say 13, but I didn't want to go and upgrade it.
This damage will be bludgeoning damage, not piercing damage.
Okay.
For as much as that, for my little hammer.
Okay. Yep. So if it is bludgeoning, they are vulnerable to it. That hits.
Cool. I think I haven't targeted right. Yes, I do. Okay. Yep. So let me just roll the damage for this now. I must roll attack before rolling damage. I just rolled the attack. Why can't I roll the...
Why is it saying dagger?
Because it's a reflavored dagger.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I apparently cannot roll damage for it without rolling the attack, but I already rolled the attack. I don't know why it's...
That is weird.
I don't know why.
So go ahead and roll attack, and then... Well, actually, what's the damage on it?
D4 plus 2.
Just go ahead and roll D4 plus 2, 6. And then that's 6, so 12 hit points of damage to the skeleton.
Bonk.
I'm sorry. Yeah, 6, 12, yeah. 12 hit points, yeah.
Yep, that's me.
Yep. And I went ahead and updated its armor class too, just so now you don't have to worry about it. Okay. Desmond. We can move here. Target. Once again. As he hits with a 19. He does 9 hit points of damage to the skeleton. Eureka's, you are up.
Okay, the friendly one is the one...
all the way to the right.
Okay. Okay, the one next to it. It should have rolled a 12-sided.
It did. Yep. It has to roll a... Oops, hang on a second. Did you target the cultist, right?
Yep.
He made his saving throw, so yeah, it's weird it actually had it take off the damage already. That's kind of weird. Did you have 2 creatures targeted? No, just the one?
Nope.
That's
Only
weird.
one.
Alright. Alright, he's back up to that, so he suffered no damage. Okay. Nilo, you're up.
Whoosh.
Oof, misses.
Oh,
Wah, wah,
that wasn't
wah,
at
wah.
advantage. That was my bad. Okay, this one will be at advantage though.
Wah, 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 as you hit.
I hit. Nice. Okay.
Yep.
Oh, forgot the D6.
Go ahead and just add it. We did 8 plus
2.
plus 2 more. Alright, nice. Total of 10. He's still up. Ragnar.
Ah, yes, they're still alive.
They are still
Magic
alive.
Crush. This is a cultist, right? Not an undead.
Yes.
Okay.
As far as you know, anyway.
What do you mean he's 7 feet away?
I know. That's why move yourself down to Nilo, and now do the attack again. Silly.
Yeah, on a 5x5 square, that diagonal should be 7 feet.
You know, and that's one of the settings in the game I got to go fix. Hits the cultist. Yep. Six hit points of damage. Does damage, but he's still up. Skipping that cultist, as this cultist targets the newly arrived dwarf before the dwarf can get away. As he is a fanatic. He refuses to give up. And he misses. Swings right over the top of Ragnar's head as Ragnar shimmies back to where he was. As the skeleton continues its assault on the mage. Mage-looking guy, anyway. He's not a mage, per se, but he attacks Praviskro. Damn! Still can't hit. Alright, next time
I didn't even see the attack roll on that.
Next time I'm rolling a nat 20, damn it. Alright, Praviskro, you're up.
Oh, there it is. Gonna smack the Skelly Boy again.
Alright.
Let's see if this works. This time, we'll do the attack. Bird gives advantage. 18 hit.
Yeah, 18 hits.
5 for 10 total damage. You might have to do the extra 5.
Yep. As you severely wound it, it's hopping on one leg.
Bonk.
Yep.
That's me.
As we are going to target with his bow, hopefully the last shot. That'll be required. Oh, 14 hits. He suffers 6 hit points of damage, taking out the skeleton. Eureka's, you are up.
Okay.
You can do it. I know you can. Told the dead. Saving throw for 12. As the cultist, let me see if he saved, just to be. Oh, let me do here. Just because. Nope, he failed. That's fine. Alright. As you guys manage to take down the last of the cultists, leaving only one up here with you guys. Let me find something. Let's go here. as you guys are... Oops. That's not what I wanted at all. See if this one, how this one sounds. As you come to bring combat to a close, and the last cultist remaining sort of moves up. Are you here to join us? Father has said that many converts are going to be coming, and I've been expecting you.
Perhaps. Go ahead and unmask yourself. Remember, you do work for me now.
He's like, Father says that we have to leave the masks on while we're in the temple. If we take the masks off, bad things can happen to us. The demons will come and eat our minds. I'm not sure that. I need everybody, first of all, as he's saying this, and before I know it, I just want to make sure that I get this sort of. I need you to give me a wisdom saving throw, everybody.
Sure.
I'm good at those.
I'm not.
I'm not really good at those, but I like to think I am.
All right, let's see. So
Tariq's?
Nilo's a 12, Pervisco's a 5, Ragnar's an 11, Tariq's is a 10. Let me go ahead and roll for... as you guys sort of settle in now that you're in this place and you kind of look around, first of all, the smells kind of hit you. Very moldy, very damp, very old, but there's sort of a hint of spiciness to it, almost like incense of some kind. But as you look around, you can see that there are carvings and whatnot all over the walls, various faces depicting various scenes and whatnot. Each of you, all of you, have a very, very like unsettled feeling about this whole place. And I need, let me see, I just want to double check just to make sure. Oops, sorry. Let's see. I just want to make sure if there's anything that I'm missing before I tell you guys what the result is. No. But in addition to that, I need everybody go ahead and also give me a history check. But right now you guys have this uneasy feeling that there's something watching you. You're not sure, but it's almost like it's like a painting that's its eyes follow you. It's like its eyes follow you, but that's what these faces and stuff look like. Very, very unnerving to all of you. You just have this very nervous type of a feeling, and I will tell you that later on, potentially it could come back to cause some kind of an effect, but right now it's no real effect. Nilo, Perviskro, and I'm assuming you would tell everybody else since if nobody else was going to roll history, but these elving markings and stuff, it's not just elves, it's ancient, dating back to the time of the Urflan. You, Nilo, from your growing up with the elves, you know that the Urflan weren't really elvish, but the elves were in this region back at that time, and you know that these faces have a corrupted look to them, although the elves of that time weren't the corrupt ones, right? The Urflan were kind of sort of like the Flanish people came to inhabited this region, but before that, sort of predating the Flan were the Urflan. They're the ones that created the Sturgeon Blood Totem and dominated everybody with their evil ritualistic magic, and they're the ones that served the unnamed god, etc., etc. So they're like the real evil type of cults, if you will. But there were elves in this land, and you would say that these carvings and everything would date this structure probably 4,000 years ago. So this structure has been here for thousands of years.
Just kind of, as Pavisco's talking to the cultist, he's kind of wandering around and goes, huh, this building's old as dirt.
Literally.
At least 4,000 years, possibly older.
Yep. And as he sort of looks around, the cultist kind of lifts his mask a little bit just so you can see his face, but you can see his eyes grow wide in fear, and he pulls the mask back down for Visco.
Mm-hmm. For sure. Yeah, it makes sense that he wouldn't do something like that he believes is going to get him killed. Right. Tell me more about Father. What is his name?
Well, Father Stevens. Yes, he came to us many years ago, and when he realized what this place was and how much power and goodness that we could do in the world, and how we could spread ourselves throughout the land. Surely you must have heard of him by now. He is a great man. He is here now. He's downstairs. We should go.
Arthur Stevens, yes.
Yes. Father Arthur Stevens. Yes, he came for the city, and we all came together. And when we came to this place, we realized just what the power and the energy that it was, and the beings that inhabited this place that Father soon took control of. And now that he controls their power, he is going to enable us to go and spread the energy and the teachings of these creatures and these beings. The beings that Father has taken over.
What are their names?
Oh, I got a better one. Sir, do you have your holy symbol, perhaps?
He has just robes and stuff. He doesn't have any kind of iconography. He just has like the mask. And by the way, the mask itself is made of pure black, and you can see that it's like inlaid with obsidian.
Like black metal inlaid with obsidian?
Almost like that, yeah.
So, I need to, let's see here.
How many sets of cultist robes from the dead cultist do we have now? 2? 3?
These robes that you're looking at, you're looking at these. None of them look like any of the cultist robes you guys have. At least not the robes he has.
No. Right. What I meant is, wait, this guy has different robes from the other 3 that we killed?
Oh, no. I'm sorry. I apologize. I thought you meant from some other place. Yes.
You know, what I was thinking is there were 4 of them in this room.
That is correct.
Dead now, right?
That is correct.
So we do have 3 sets of their robes.
We got 20.
What's up?
Who gave me that 20?
We got a 20.
Who gave the DM that 20?
For the party.
No, we don't give. No, Agamarin, stop it.
Your 20s.
Agamarin, stop it. This is the night of the DM.
Thank you, Agamarin. You're the best.
This is the night of the DM. Oh, man.
So Nilo is seething at a thought in her head.
Okay. Party has a nat 20. Okay.
And thank you, Gamran. You are awesome.
Whatever.
What's her name? Sorry, go ahead.
She's seething in her own. Like, you can see it on her face. She is a little pissed at the moment.
Oh, sure. What is your name again?
I am Sebastian the Holy.
Sebastian the Holy.
Yes.
Where are you from, Sebastian?
I was originally from Traft, but now this is my home.
Yes, of course. And why did you come here?
Oh, I was a follower of Father Stevens, and when he said that we should come here to cleanse this place, and he came and he saw the great power that rested in this place, and he soon was able to control that power and use it for the good for everyone. And so we have been here studying and praying until such a time we are ready to go back out into the world to spread all of this knowledge that he has been learning and passing on to us. Surely you should come with us, as he begins to sort of take your arm.
But haste is a dangerous thing. Are there other dangers in this place that we need to be aware of?
Danger? No, there's no danger here. Not at all.
Okay, so no more undead or anything that might try to attack us like that skeleton did?
No. That was just a complete misunderstanding. I have no idea why they would do that. Surely you are just here as converts. The Father has been expecting us, or expecting you. God dang it.
Are there more undead down here?
Oh yes, there are others that Father has commanded. Yes.
How many?
Oh, I do not know. I do not. That is not my business to worry about.
Of course, but on this level, you said we are going downstairs. Where is downstairs?
Oh, it's down below into the prayer chamber.
That way, and he's going to point towards this door, this double door set down here.
Yes, toward the south.
For whatever reason.
Yeah, okay. Toward the south. Yeah.
Right. And what are in these other chambers? And he's going to point to the other doors.
Oh, there's just other parts. Side. Other parts. There's so over. Let me get my map just so I make sure I'm describing correctly. So this first door here, as he points off to the east, over here at the first door, he's in there. We have some altars where people can go to pray, and through this door down here is the holy basin, where we are able to go and cleanse ourselves of any bad energy that might be trying to seep into our persons. And the same over on the other side are two similar rooms to do the same thing. It's just there's, it's symmetrical.
Right, of course. Give me just a moment while I consult with my companions, please.
Of course.
And Paviskra is going to walk over to Tarikas and to Nilo, especially, but also just kind of gather everyone else around him. First to Tarikas, he's going to say, I assume you're going to want to purge this place. Tarikas.
Monkey.
Yep.
So knowing that this place is a some sort of unholy abomination, I assume Tarikas is going to want to purge this place, yes? That's what Paviskra said.
I think so.
All right. Nilo?
I have a hunch that my sister's final words were more of a trap than a dying revival.
You think she was trying to bring you here so that you would be...
Or maybe this guy was behind it?
Yes.
Says Desmond as he sort of steps up.
Both are possibilities. We won't know, honestly, the truth until we're cleared this place.
I am going to send my dragon back to Draft with a letter.
Just so you know, it gets out of 100 feet range, and you're not going to know what's up with it or anything, right? Okay.
I know. And I'm going to look, and I looked at Tarikas and asked him, Tarikas, what is the Saint Cuthbert has a sizable armed force, yes?
Sizable in what nature do you mean? You mean
just
worshippers?
So Saint Cuthbert in this town has a small chapel. He is not a great... They don't have a huge following of St. Cuthbert in this particular region, although there is a small contingent. The Flanish gods are more prevalent, i.e. Pelor.
Okay.
Pelor is like the overlord. It's like the Odin of the Flan gods.
Right? Yeah, I thought Cuthbert was the demi under Pelor, and Cuthbert was more the military theme versus Pelor.
He is kind of a, I don't know, say military themed, but he has his followers are like, look, if people don't want to follow or be good or follow the religion, we can always beat it into you. You know what I mean? That's sort of their. I don't necessarily think militant. But I think very strong-willed and very willing to whack you in the head to get you to understand common sense, like spare the rod, spoil the child, sort of thing. You know?
Yeah.
They are unopposed to violence.
That is correct.
Which one of the church? Which one of the clergies in Traft? Because she's been in Traft for a while, on and off now. Which one of the clergies would possess the most the more efficient militant group for handling this? Because Traft itself is not going to deal with this place.
Maya Hine. Maya Hine is actually a demigoddess, a hero goddess, who is a big follower of Pelor, but she's kind of like Joan of Arc, right? Think of her as
Gotcha.
a
Okay.
Joan of Arc type.
So, this message, I'm going to send this message to the gate specifically,
Okay.
and the letter is to be delivered to them of great importance. That's how I'm gonna have it. So the dragon isn't how they go to the guards at the gate, and the guards will handle the message directly.
Okay.
That's how it's going to be done, and it's essentially going to quickly detail what they found,
Okay.
and where it's at.
Okay.
On the off chance that we have a bit more trouble than expected, and an appropriate militant force might be able to back us up or handle the place should we fail.
If we die and you don't hear from us in X days, we're dead. And you should know about this important thing.
Yeah.
That sort of situation.
Yeah,
okay.
Pretty much.
Just alerting people in case we TPK. Smart.
Yep. Okay.
Right, and off my dragon goes.
I'm going to I want to make sure everyone here is on the same page. Are we going to search this place room by room and eradicate all sources of evil, of corruption, etc.? What the plan?
Probably at the end of this, but we should check with Steve. We should see what they have, what they're doing in there first, while we're having an opportunity to see it.
Okay.
Get a better grip.
So you want to go straight to the end and not search room by room? Is that correct?
What do you suggest? That's what I'm sort of suggesting.
I would, personally, I am of the mind that we go through room by room to make sure there's nothing left behind us that could, cause complications in the future if we were to make noise downstairs, for example. And just eliminate any sort of threat that might exist here to draft.
So, the options for Tarikas and Ragnar to side with is either we systematically lead the assault from this point and kill everything as we go. Nailo's option is we essentially be led through and see everything, and then fight from the inside out.
So there is one thing I did want to add to all of the knowledge, because Nilo, you did roll a 20. So first of all, the room you guys are in, now that I've completely forgot to give you a description, the total description, I should say. There are 4 sturdy granite pillars that hold the 20-foot tall domed ceiling of this chamber. Intricate quilted murals depict scenes of masked priests subduing kings and their subject, controlling their sorry lives. And as I said, all of these murals and whatnot and carvings on the stone all depict these faces and whatnot that make it very uneasy, as it's almost as if no matter how you move, something in here is watching you, causing the hair raise on the back of your neck. And as you study them and you realize this was from the time of the Ur-Flan, Nilo, your knowledge also brings back knowledge that there was a cabal of evil cultists that worshipped demons during the time of this, with the Ur-Flan and the elves sort of clashing here in this region. And you know that these cabal of evil demon worshippers all wore masks as well. And so that is going to be where we are going to leave it as food for thought, as our party decides which direction they want to go, whether straight to the end or room by room. But you're going to have to wait till after the first of the year to determine, because we are not going to play on Christmas Eve, obviously, which is, I believe, actually Christmas Eve. We're not going to play next week because I'm assuming people are going to be doing vacation stuff. Next week would be our normal game week, but I don't plan to play on the 23rd unless you guys all come back and say you want to play. Right? If everybody wants to play next week and nobody's going out of town and nobody's doing anything for Christmas Eve, I will consider playing next Friday as well. But it's going to have to be unanimous that everybody wants to come back and play next week. Otherwise, our next normal game session would be the 6th of December. I mean, the 6th of January, which is when I would come back. Right? So we either play next week. If it's a unanimous from everybody, and you don't have to decide right now, we can, because Maze isn't here either. We'll have to do it in Discord. Right. If everybody wants to come and play next Friday, but again, I do not want you to compromise anything you had planned, whether it's even just going out Christmas Eve with friends or whatever the case may be. I don't want to interfere with that because it is the holiday. It's totally up to you guys if you want to do that. I'm game. I'm down. I have no problem doing that. But regardless. It's either gonna if we play next week, then we'll see everybody back on the 6th of January. I do have the new grandbaby coming. We're planning to go up over Martin Luther King weekend, so that Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. So I don't know where that falls in our schedule, but just have the knowledge that we won't be gaming Martin Luther King weekend because I'll be gone to go see the new grandbaby. So. With that said, I'm going to shift over to the after party. I know that most people, a lot of guys leave, but I want to close things down. What's up,
question? That priest, how many XP does he look like he's worth?
I think we're using the milestone.
You got a different balance for his XP.
You guys just made 6th level. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it turns out hold on. Didn't we just have a guy named... Oh, no, that was the sage. Never mind.
Sebastian?
One of the sages was Sebastian. I'm trying to remember why Sebastian sounded so familiar.
Was the sage Sebastian? The sage wasn't Sebastian.
One of the people the people was named Sebastian.
No, Benjamin Todd. They call themselves Sweeney. Was the kid, and then Deland was the religious sage. Arctus Deland was the religious sage.
Where did I hear Sebastian from? Was Sebastian in the notes then, or
maybe? Don't know.
I don't remember now.
Don't know for sure.
We're gonna end up finding a guy who's a count. His name's gonna be Count the Money.
Wow.
Demonet.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Well, I appreciate everybody that was out there in the stream tonight. For those of you that cheered, for those of you that dropped stuff for us, I definitely appreciate it. Zoom was over. I just noticed that he raided over to Mandy. So definitely appreciate you guys hanging out with us as we finished up our game. Hopefully you'll be with us our next stream as our party picks up and figures out what is up with this Obsidian Mask cult that they have stumbled across as part of what's going on with Nilo's family. And you got to tune in next stream because hopefully they'll finish this one and get back to town because there's more hits about to start dropping.
This family is foobarred.
As our storylines start becoming intertwined with one another after the first of the year, I intend to start intertwining some of our character storylines. So hopefully you guys will be back for that. Again, we might be gaming next week because this was normally our off week. And to get us back on schedule, we're going to game next week, but it has to be unanimous on the group. So you guys all have to decide and whatnot. Every 100 bits, it's actually 200 in this stream, Agamaran. For every 200 bits you cheer, you give advantage to a player, and that carries over stream to stream. So in our first edition game, every 100 bits is a +1. In this game, I let you get advantage, but it takes 200 bits to do so. But anyway, I definitely appreciate you guys with the nat 20s and all that good stuff, beefing up the DM because I could definitely use them. I am going to carry over these nat 20s till next stream, so the party has one and I still have one. So hopefully I'll be able to get a chance to use it on one of you guys as a takedown. But anyway, hopefully you guys enjoyed tonight's game. Players, if you want to hang around a little bit, you can. I'm going to bounce over to the open channel. And then while we're kind of shooting the breeze, I may build Paviskro's token for his globe, which is kind of cool. But we will talk to you guys next time. I'm gonna bounce over to the open channel. Monkey's already there. Monkey knows when to go to the open channel. That's for sure.
Yeah.
We'll see you guys. All right, it's just me and Monkey. It's me. Oh, look who made it. Paviskro bounced as well. Cool.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
Yep. So I am going to.
That's why I didn't jump over. I kept hitting the voice channels. Category.
That was pretty good tonight, man. It was pretty good. I'm glad you got a little bit of information, had a little bit of fun, got to do a little bit of killing. Most impressed that you used suggestion on that one cultist. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, it was the one spell that really landed.
Yeah,
it worked
nothing
out.
Nothing else seemed to do too much.
Yeah, they had some good saves. I figured they couldn't just, keep rolling above 15.
Yeah,
had to break eventually.
Yeah, not if I keep getting those nat 20s. They're not.
I guess so. Well, if you're using those 20s to save against like one of my spells, I'm fine with that.
Oh yeah, exactly. I try to save the nat 20s for when I like really need them. So
that's why when I gave the nat 20s to you in the first edition game, I'm not a fan of you being the DM using a nat 20 to crit us, like critically hit us, because that to me that seems a little on the nose. I have no problem with you using a nat 1 on us. I have no problem with you using a nat 20 to make a save, or a nat 1 on us when we're trying to make a save. But because that there by itself is okay, it does stuff. But when you use a nat 20 to hit us, it's like guaranteed extreme amount of damage in some cases.
So what's the difference between me using a nat 20 on you and you using a nat 20 to attack my NPCs or whatever? I don't understand.
You have a box of NPCs like the game Gauntlet. You can just generate them.
The player characters are the focus of the story as a whole, as everybody crafts them. And yeah, sure, players die and all that. And it does happen, but I believe a player death should be purely by chance,
or
the player's dumb decision, and not not the DM pulling out a critical hit on them.
So let me ask you this: how many times have you guys been at the boss and you're like, all right, I want to use this nat 20 on this guy?
Okay. Oh, quite a few times.
Exactly. So to me, that's like, I have a boss that is something that I work to create, or something that I found that's part of that or whatever. And if he could get one more swing in, he might win. But you're like, nah, let's go ahead and finish this. I'm going to use my nat 20, and now you do 47 points of damage, of crit damage on him, and it's kind of both to me the same way. And I will be honest, I try very, very hard to limit whenever I use it.
I noticed that, yeah.
And I don't think I have ever really gone after something. Like, for example, if you're down, I could use a nat 20 to give you 2 death saves. But I've
100%.
But I would.
Yeah,
but
no,
I would.
I've never seen you target a player with the intent to kill them.
Yeah, and I would never.
I've seen the dice do that.
Yeah, I would never do that.
So let me just to kind of assuage, just like playing Sean's advocate. In this case, Jacob. One of the primarily the way he seems to be mostly using it is just like, okay, here's an additional resource cost for you guys to have to deal with, because like D&D 5e is like a resource management game where you're managing your HP, you're managing your spell slots, you're managing your once a day abilities, whatever. Being able to use those nat 20s and that sort of stuff is just a way to like, okay, normally 2 encounters would cost you all this stuff. I'm just going to squeeze it into 1 so we don't have to have like 6 encounters to, have a balanced adventuring day,
Yeah.
And I get where you're coming from. It would really feel bad to just like lose a character to like, a couple nat 20s in a row. But, DM can always just kill you whenever they want. So, yeah.
I will admit, compared to other people I've had, now no one else has ever done this before, but compared to other DMs I've had, where I know that they would absolutely abuse those.
Yeah, no, I would never.
Again, like the many times before, Sean here is a very, very fair DM.
Yeah,
I greatly respect you, Sean. You're probably one of the fairest I've ever had.
Oh, you don't make me blush.
It is definitely like 100% fair to say that Sean is not trying to kill you.
Yeah, no.
But he will let it happen if it happens. So.
Yep.
Oh, of course.
well.
I'm happy for that. You know, player death is a great opportunity for a lot of different things. Aside from being able to try out a new character, it also involves potential story for the other players and stuff too. What happened to the rest of? What do the rest of the players do? Like, you know, if Nyla were to die, now the rest of the party is stuck with the choice: do they continue her quest to find out what's up with her family? Now, this was before we found out that it may have been, you know, the mad one, right?
Yep.
Because now we know the stakes. The party is way more inclined to continue after it, not because it was her sister's problem, but because it's an actual problem for the land now. But before you knew that, it's like, you know, well, why should we? And you have to really ask, and the party would have to determine whether it was worth their time and effort.
Yep.
For someone who can no longer even say thank you, let alone pay them.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
I am, just so you know. So the light spell is sorry, I'm just doing this on the light spell is 40 and 20 or 30 and 30. 40 and 20, right?
It's 20/40, yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure. Basic.
20 feet of bright, 20 feet of dim. After the bright.
You configure ownership. And this is, Visco is the owner already. All right. So if I don't know if you're still out on the stream or not, Adam, but if you, I just added a drift globe under with your control. And if you drop it and put it on the.
Oh, I don't get the option to drag and drop things like that. It has to be you.
Oh, that's pretty weird.
Yeah, I'm a player. I can't just spawn things.
All right. So if you look, I just put it, and it really lit things up. So is that good enough?
I can't see it.
Really?
Yeah. Let me refresh. I lost connection for a second. So.
Okay. I just put it down by the southern door.
Yeah. Let me just move my eagle out because he's got the light right now.
Okay.
Oh boy, it does light things up. Okay.
So I can make it less intense, right? So if you double click on the token, Adam, and then up in the upper right it says token. If you click on that, you should be able to edit it because I gave you control of it.
Yep.
Oops, and I have to. Yep.
That's what I did with the eagle.
Yeah, I have to. I'm changing the name here. In the token. Display name never displayed. All right. So anyway, I've just updated the name. But if you want to, if you go to light and then you can see you can pick the light color. You can change the light color all you want. Change its intensity and make it any way you want and make it your own. So.
Yep, I'm gonna do that.
Yep. So that's on there. It's weird. You should be able to drag and drop your token onto any map.
I don't think I've ever been able to. I've never been able to do that on here for whatever reason.
It's weird that you were not able to, but yeah. Okay. Big characters have ways and means sometimes. Yep, exactly. All right. So I am not going to hang around too long tonight. I just wanted to bring people around to say I very much appreciate you guys hanging out with us, Agamarin. Even though you didn't show me love tonight, I appreciate you coming by as always, Mr. VIP. Agamarin's been around since like one of the very beginnings, so I definitely appreciate it, man. We are going to find somebody to go after tonight. I would say that we would go after. Who else do we follow? I don't think I follow Mandy. Who's out there that we can? No, is there really anybody else out there? D&D, tabletop lollygaggers, 20 side to every story.
That's cool. If you make the luminosity negative, it actually makes the place darker. That's pretty dope.
Yeah, it's like it's something we used to never call them light bulbs. We always called them dark suckers. When I was in the Navy, it was just one of those things. We never called them light. We just called them dark suckers.
That's kind of hilarious.
Yep. Let's see what these guys got going on. I think the lollygaggers are the ones that I like. Kind of these guys. I went to them one time. Let me double check and see what these guys. If it's the group that. It is not the group that I went to before. Let me see. Trying to find. There's a group that I went to before. These guys were actually really, really good. I want to see if I can get back to them. These guys are pretty good, but I don't know that I would ever be able to have a group that like completely cosplays out when they go to play a game.
Man, the things I would do if I had like crit roll level money.
Yeah.
Like, dude, you could bet I'd be in cosplay every day.
Yeah, I don't necessarily know that I would do that, but yeah, it would be. We'd have some fun.
It'd be fun.
Oh yeah, if I had that kind of money, I would definitely. All right, these guys are doing Dragonlance. We got to go check them out. Atomic Peanut Butter Group. I don't know if there's a couple times I've raided people and they don't even acknowledge the raid. I don't mind. I don't expect like a big fanfare, but I at least would like an acknowledgement. Hey, raiders, thanks. You know,
yeah,
hey,
sure.
we're coming in with 10 people. So what? But hey, that's 10 people that you didn't have before. You know.
I get where you're coming from. I also think that depending on the kind of game you're like, for some games, it's okay to like interrupt and say, "Hey, thank you guys for coming in." But for some other, like especially really narrative.
Yeah, exactly. Oh no, I definitely get that. But I'm just saying, at a minimum, at least in your chat, welcome raiders,
sure.
Thanks. You know, somebody,
for sure.
Some
In
moderator
the chat,
or something. Yeah. So anyway, I'm going to we're going to bounce over to Atomic Peanut Butter Group. I've done them a couple times. They actually used to be a different name. Was that Blue Box? They changed their name to Atomic Peanut Butter Group. I don't know why, but they did. But we're gonna bounce over to those guys. I really, really appreciate again everybody that hung out with us tonight. It was really a good game. I thought the
Thanks, guys.
Investigation that you guys did was awesome. I think the knowledge that you guys got as to some of the things going on behind the scenes as you're starting to learn a little more. As I said, hopefully you guys will stick with us through the new year because I plan to start interweaving a couple of character threads together. So hopefully things will begin to merge and give you guys common purpose as opposed to, hey, we're just following Nilo along to help clear her family name. And oh, by the way, we're gaining money and notoriety while we do. So hopefully a little bit of that will be involved. But hopefully you guys enjoyed tonight's stream. I know I did. But in the meantime, like I said, we probably are going to game next week. But players, hit up in the Discord chat to it has to be unanimous. If one player can't make it, I'm not going to do it just because I know my wife would be like, why are you playing the 2 weeks back to back? And I'd be like, because you made me miss the week before. So, but anyway, that's just my life.
There she goes, sleep on the couch.
Yeah, I do that a lot. So I don't know what's up, but anyway, yeah, definitely appreciate you guys gaming tonight on the off week, and hopefully you'll be able to game next week too. So until then, remember, in a world that you can be anything you want. All we ask is that you guys be kind. We will see you next time. Now let's see how many we can get. Can we get everybody to go across? Looks like we got everybody going. It's not a whole bunch, but there's a few people that hung out with us. We will see you guys next time. Peace.
Good night.
Yeah.
Good night, guys.
Yeah, man.
Good night.
I'm not sure we should actually bring him to this council that we are about to go to.
Well, that's fair.
I feel like
Why not?
having him speak in front of the council might be a bit of a mistake.
No, I don't think he should speak in front of the council. I think he should stay with Tasselhoff far away, maybe back in whatever chambers we have back in the boat.
Yeah, like not bring him actually into
right. Just bring him with us and let's
We got a raid.
That's okay. The blue guy can go and make observations.
Huzzah!
Huzzah! Welcome.
Huzzah! Hey!
Thank you guys for hanging out with us on D&D Fridays.
Don't worry, I'm lots of fun to hang out with. What's your name again, Red Guy?
Oh, we never asked.
Me Fog Song.
Fog. That is an awesome name. I like that name a lot. I wish my name was Fog Song.
It
That's
can
lying.
be.
I'm
Would you like your name to be Fog Song?
No, my name's Tasselhoff. Tasselhoff Burfoot.
Well, my first name is really Saren. My last name is Fog Song.
Saren Fog Song. Kind of just rolls off the tip of your tongue.
It does.
Sounds noble and regal.
It is, actually.
Nothing else. I feel like it'll keep this asshole. He looks at Tasselhoff, busy.
So wrong.
It's quite noble.
Plus, we'll have some time to get to know him, see if it works, if there's anything useful for him.
Have you know I am the fourth cousin to the High King?
Fourth cousin to the High King? I don't even know who that is.
You're talking about the Speaker of the Stars.
Well, of course.
That sounds important.
Fourth cousin.
Fog Song should definitely come with us.
So you're aware of the current situation.